Boom. Audio should be on. Transition over. See if it'll
What's
work.
his name again?
Who?
Is it PK Slider? No.
No.
Yes.
It is? Yeah, no. Yeah, wait.
Because there's PK Fire. But then there's...
No, it's not PK Slider. It's...
What's his name?
Oh, I know who you're talking about, though.
It's the dog from Animal Crossing.
Yes. What is his
likes-
name? What?
I don't know.
It's not JJ something, is it?
I don't think so. I'm looking it up. KK.
KK.
KK Slider.
That... Now you've just reminded me of the Isabel cosplayer at Colossal.
That's what I was thinking about. That would have been hard if that was her final thing, which, you know, the way the comp works, it doesn't quite work that way, but...
She walks
Can
out
you
with a
imagine?
guitar and just sits down. Does not obey the prompt at all.
Yeah.
Just sits down and starts doing a...
Just do a live
Slider.
performance of the KK Slider song. Have you seen the people that make their own lyrics for KK Slider songs?
Yes, I have.
They don't, like, make lyrics, but they just try to say what he's saying.
Yep. It was like that was like a
Because-
thing a while back. Was there
Yeah.
was a whole big wave of KK Slider memes.
Yeah, because of New Horizons. But
Mhm.
I was thinking of, like, the big KK Slider song, the chorus
Huh?
one.
Wait. Wait. Did your breaker just flip? What just happened? Hello?
What?
You're here?
Yeah.
Okay. On my end, you went that one KK Slider song with the chorus and then just dead silence.
Oh,
And
I
then
sang
you
the
went,
chorus.
you know the one?
No,
It happened again. It's happening again. What's happening? What?
it's doing it again.
You keep like going silent for 2-second spurts.
Discord moment.
Maybe? I think it's okay now. Anyways. Hello everyone. Welcome back to Umineko. This is a completely impromptu stream. I was supposed to be on vacation, but some things happened, and I ended up not going on said vacation. So I am at my computer, able to play Umineko, and Pertuset got finished with his vacation, so he is
Mere
back as
moments
well.
ago.
Yeah, and we can now play Umineko at the regularly scheduled time, which is just on Sundays at some point.
Yep. We're back.
So-
we're here. We're probably gonna finish episode 3.
I hope
Ooh,
so.
it'll be a toughie.
I almost just started episode 3 from the beginning there. I almost just clicked straight on it.
There's only a few chapters left, but they're just big chapters.
We can power through though.
True.
It's good content.
It is. I mean,
am
Umineko Pog and episode 3 Super Pog. All the stuff we've gotten in episode 3 has been straight fire.
True. Completely true. Spit your shit.
Yeah. Like episode 2 was good, definitely good, especially the later half with the introduction of Shannon and Canon using magic and such. It was a slow beginning, an important
slow
beginning,
burn.
but it was a slow beginning. Yeah.
Yes.
But
Episode
3
1
has been gas.
Episode 1 is the setup. Episode 2 is we're driving the speed limit. Episode 3 is we're speeding.
Yeah. It's been fire nonstop, and it's not gonna stop. I do want to say, if I recall correctly, last time we left off, we wanted to discuss the recent murders, but didn't really have the time. So if you want, you can go ahead and load us in and get us on that screen, but I do
Okay.
want to bring up those murders.
Sure.
We may not spend too much time on them, because I don't think any red has been said about them yet. So that means, like, basically any theory is viable. But
Yeah.
just as an off-the-cuff idea, what are you thinking? So, obviously it was the Rudolph,
Yeah.
Kyrie, and Hideyoshi. The mansion.
In the mansion.
Supposedly killed by the Shyster sisters. By the magic explanation, anyway.
Well, if we're going off of they were staked, quote unquote, it has been said several times by Battler and other people, I believe, that they were like, oh, it seems like it was some kind of projectile that stabbed them, a large projectile or something like that, right?
They always end up saying spear or gun.
Yeah, spear or gun. So, if all three of them are staked, as I believe they are based on the head, stomach, or chest, I forget which one she was, and then
Stomach.
chest.
Yep.
I would say this is a funny little kind of rehash of the first one, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
They all shot each other at the same time.
Dang.
Therefore,
Also,
making it so that the culprit is also dead because they all killed each other at the same time by shooting each other.
They just keep killing each other.
Yes. Although I suppose that technically... Wait, there were only 2 guns.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I mean, you can get shot and not immediately die. So...
That's true, too.
Okay. 2 people get shot. One of them dies. The other one puts up a struggle, takes the gun from the shooter, and then shoots the shooter.
There you go.
And then they all die via being shot.
From that explanation, I really doubt it was Rudolph because he was in the head. But, you know.
Yes, Rudolph dies
you never
first.
know.
Rudolph dies first, and then the other 2... I believe it was even said by it might have been Beatrice or someone, but they were like, getting stabbed in the stomach usually isn't immediately lethal last episode.
I believe Beatrice did say that.
So, there you go. Boom. Kyrie, which would make sense if Hideyoshi killed Rudolph, then Kyrie would be like, I hate you. Die. So she struggles and takes... And also, originally, she was supposed to not have the gun anyways, knowing the information that the others would have been working off of. So it's feasible that she didn't have a gun. Rudolph gets shot in the head by Hideyoshi for some reason. Supposedly, family and fighting. I know where the gold is, something like that.
Yeah.
Then, I completely didn't even think about this, but you don't even need to make the argument that she took the gun from Hideyoshi. She takes Rudolph's gun after being shot by Hideyoshi and then shoots Hideyoshi, resulting in all 3 of them dying.
Okay.
Although,
we'll
I don't think we know where their body... Excuse me, oh my goodness.
Whoa.
I don't think we know where their bodies are yet. I don't think we know where they've been moved to. So that
Correct.
is
I
still
agree with
a
that.
wrench in the works that I'll have to work out when we get to it. But as for now, that is my train of thought based on the information we humans know about the situation that they were in beforehand.
Okay. We'll wait. We'll see what information is gathered, both from the chess pieces and from the meta world, the red. If and when that comes. We don't know what's going on with all that because it's Beatrice and Battlers being not playing with Beatrice and...
Although it seems they're coming around to it. It seems last episode
Yeah.
that they were starting to come back around to the idea of, oh, that's right, because the most recent thing was Beatrice was like, what if I do a good thing? Maybe Battler will like me again, uwu.
Yep, and started taking George over.
Yes. Which I was then like, oh, they're going to revive Shannon, which is going to ruin the ritual, because even though everyone will be dead, Shannon will be back, meaning she will no longer be sacrificed. And so then it's going to throw a whole wrench into the works. If that's how it turns out, we'll see.
Yep.
But yeah, okay. Also, Makoto Yuki in chat, I'm telling you, I've been telling you, I'm Battler pilled over here. Ever since like the middle of episode 2, my anger at Battler for being so stupid all the time slowly began to melt away, and now like I am him, he is me. He's literally me. Oh, although maybe for some things that isn't much of a compliment, but
No. That'll work. Okay. I think that's good enough. Let's get the show on the road and try and finish this episode.
All right.
We got some peak.
The guest house lobby was wrapped in silence. The strings of tension binding Krauss, Natsuhi, and Eva had already loosened, and they were completely worn out, with their minds beginning to waver. Every once in a while, they would stand up and walk around pointlessly, as though fighting their drowsiness. Are you okay, Eva-san? please do take it easy and rest.
I told you, I'm fine. The three of us are now the only adults. There's no time to rest. Or no matter what the cost, we must guard this place until the end.
She spoke bravely, but she couldn't hide her rough breathing. It seemed that the fever, which had been calmed with medicine for a short time, had returned. It was very obvious that Eva's health was not good. Take it easy. At least close your eyes. If something happens that you need to be awake for, we will definitely wake you.
I'm telling you, I'm fine. Leave me alone.
It seemed she was already unwilling to budge. Krauss and Natsuhi realized that even if they talked to her any more when she was like this, it wouldn't reach her ears. So without saying anything more, they decided to let her be. To Eva right now, even having an argument like that would be burdensome. It would probably be better for her body if she just sat there with her mouth closed. In truth, Eva was just a step away from being beaten down by drowsiness. Perhaps she shot back at them with a temper because she was trying to rouse herself and throw off her sleepiness. The clock would be pointing to 6 o'clock in the afternoon very soon. At that point, I would consider that the evening.
Yeah.
She'd had several snacks to distract herself from her drowsiness, so she didn't feel hungry.
Well, that's good.
But now her lack of sleep made it feel like it was 6 o'clock in the morning, not the afternoon. Even supposing that the boat came at precisely 9 in the morning tomorrow, they still had more than 12 full hours to go. It was an overwhelmingly long stretch of time. Oh, well, what do you know immediately? Long.
Nagai.
Painful. Hot. I'm assuming this is Eva, but I'll read this one just before. Even the sound of the clock torments my body now, but now if it's... Okay, yeah.
Okay, yep. In times like this, when that person puts his hand on my forehead, the fever fades at once. But that person no longer exists.
As Eva's mind grew foggy, she was once again gripped by a deep sadness. She had already cried herself dry. Even so, the sadness of losing her beloved husband had not been exhausted. Wait a minute, we did see where the dead bodies were. They were all just in the parlor. Right? Not the parlor, the entrance hall.
That's right, they ran over
there.
there.
They ran over there and saw... Yeah. Okay, so then, that completely still keeps they all shot each other in like a Mexican standoff because they were all in the same room together. Yeah. Even so, the sadness of losing her beloved husband had not been exhausted.
What's wrong?
Here we go.
What do you mean?
Schizophrenia time. The new witch and Eva were fundamentally the same being. If Eva talked to her, she would always respond. I am inside your brain.
Yeah. I thought that if I could gain the position of the Ushiromiya family head, that alone would be enough. But then, as soon as I saw that mountain of gold, my greed grew. I was struck by a desire to have that mountain all to myself. That's nothing to be ashamed of. After all, it's your natural right as the Ushiromiya family head. How could you give up even a bit of it to anyone else? I was gripped by that temptation, which is why you were born. Well, you are a young girl version of me. At the same time, you are also my self-centered evil heart. Because of my foolish greed sprouted by that mountain of gold, the shell of the egg that is my heart cracked, and you were born into this world. I am responsible for your birth. In that case, when I killed Rosa and Maria, and then Rudolph, Kiria, and Hideyoshi, you were responsible for that too.
Dang.
Why did you kill my husband too? Why? Oh! I didn't want to kill Hideyoshi. He was just so annoying and persistent. And that's your fault. It's your fault for choosing a husband like that. child like you cannot understand what made that man so wonderful. Oh dear. Oh. What the heck? Our dreams were made real with magic, right? We solved the riddle of the epitaph. Then we found that gold and got the head's ring. All of our dreams came fully true, right? What more could you want?
Not to have a dead husband?
And a soon-to-be dead son. Maybe. Those weren't all of my dreams. What about living a wonderful life with that person and giving George an excellent life? I still have many dreams that haven't come true. As a wife, as a mother. And yet... Those are just extra dreams you added after becoming an adult.
Stupid.
Oh, they don't count.
Yeah, no, those don't count. If you just, don't you know, you immediately have a specific set of dreams from birth.
There's an expiration date.
Those are your real dreams, and anything you add on after that is just extra. Mm-hmm. And from
like
the second she was born, Ava always wanted to be the family head, immediately.
Real. They aren't my dreams. That's because you're a child. Do you only care about what's best for yourself?
Yes.
That's right. Everything is my fault. Back then, why did I resist doing what Rosa told me to? Why couldn't I announce to all of the siblings that I'd found the gold? It's all because I'm so hideous. My evil heart, which sprouted from my desire to have all that gold for myself, caused you to hatch. Looks like you really hate me. Even though we're both Ushiromiya Eva.
You can't, hey, you've denied that name several times now. You can't just flip it around and take it when you want. You're either Beatrice or you aren't. Pick one.
Also, people hate themselves all the time.
True.
No, that isn't true anymore. And it was you who said it. Oh, look at this. I am Ushiromiya Eva. And you are the Golden Witch, Beatrice.
Get her, Ava.
So just disappear.
Hey, we're using battler tech.
Witches are imaginary illusions that only exist in fairy tales. Things like you should just disappear. Never appear in front of me again. Yeah, you're right. I understand. I'll disappear from in front of you. And I am no longer Ushiromiya Eva. From now on, I'm the Golden Witch Beatrice. So now I can play however I want.
Oh boy.
I don't even care about you. If only you just give up and die.
After having a very childlike tantrum, the witch who had once been another Ava vanished. Only Ava was left behind in the darkness.
Oh, I see.
And she questioned herself.
Me? I killed them? Did I kill that person? Did I kill him?
She could no longer answer that question herself. Oh. Uh-oh.
Don't do it again.
I'll give you one, that's it.
Yep.
It seemed that, half asleep, she had gotten some saliva caught in her windpipe, just as she was dozing off.
Oh.
Ava suddenly started coughing. Are you okay, Ava? Please, Natsuhi, some water. Yes.
I'm fine, okay? I just choked a bit.
Ava pushed away Natsuhi's hand as she tried to rub her back and unsteadily rose to her feet.
I'm going to go wash my face. Sorry, I fell asleep. When I get back, I'll make some more coffee. Extra strong, so that I won't get drowsy until tomorrow morning.
Yes, please do. Your coffee's more to my taste than what Goda makes.
Oh, you're just saying that because he's dead. No, I'm glad to hear it, even if it's flattery. I'll be back. back soon.
You know, I feel like out of all people, Krauss would say that to Gota's face.
True.
If Gota were here, it would not have changed. It would...
Yeah, Gota would be in the room and he would be like devastated, but
Yeah.
no one would care. How do you make coffee extra strong? I don't drink coffee.
I'm not sure. I mean, the caffeine comes from the bean, doesn't it?
Yeah, when they say extra strong, do they? Because she implied that it being extra strong will keep her awake longer, which makes me think more caffeine.
Yeah.
Do they mean that, or do they mean like a stronger taste, a more bitter taste, like black coffee?
If you were just, I would just assume if you were gonna do it that way, you would just do the bean and you wouldn't add any cream or milk or anything. Because I'm assuming this is 1980s. I'm assuming they're not doing any like fancy schmancy stuff.
Yeah.
But they are also rich, so who knows?
And they implied it would keep them up longer, and surely they don't mean like, oh, I'm gonna make the taste more bitter, therefore it will keep us up longer.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Maybe there's a special way she handles the bean. I don't know.
Pee in it. Okay.
That'll make it bitter. Eva exited the lobby, heading for the bathroom. Krauss and Natsuhi watched over her frail back. So, you sometimes do show concern for Eva-san, even though you've always been so much at odds with her. Isn't this how an older brother is supposed to be? Yes. I believe you're right. It isn't just Eva. There's Rudolph and Rosa, too. Instead of acting like an older brother to them, all I ever did was speak arrogantly and bully them. Is Krauss having a character growth moment because he's finally alive during the murders? Oh my goodness.
Maybe.
In my own way, I was frantic in my desire to be like father. But I could never match up, and I always vented my feelings on them. But that is no excuse. I probably gave Eva scars so deep that they still have not healed. I regret it, but even if I apologized after all this time, it would do nothing to heal those wounds. If you can hold on to that feeling, instead of only letting it last for this moment, I'm sure your siblings will come to see it, sooner or later. Though, by now, Eva is the only sibling I have left. If only you and your siblings hadn't been born into the Ushiromiya family, you might have had a more normal, more fun sibling relationship. You mustn't say that. Eva will probably continue to hate me her whole life, and she has a right to. I intend to resign myself to that fact and accept it. Dear Eva, I'm sorry. Of course, you don't have to forgive me.
Of course I won't forgive you. What are you talking about after all this time? Oh, so now you're feeling guilty? If only you just give up and die right now. Do it! Scheiße, sisters!
I'm booting up the... Okay. Nope, not even gonna try. Which one are we? Wait, I forget.
I know which one you are if they popped up on screen. 45 is me.
Okay.
45, firing permission received. Reconfirming firing arc. Correcting for weather discrepancies. Data link to 410.
410 data received. Firing permission confirmed. Firing! Together, the sisters released the magical bowstring they had readied. A beautiful tail trailed behind the gold arrow, and it drew a lovely curve as it flew. It was just like a gold snake. It skillfully avoided a grove of trees and flew towards the front door of the guest house. Then it flew into the keyhole of the door and snuck into the guest house without any problem at all. The gold snake raced down the hall smoothly, yet as fast as an arrow. Right before it was the door to the lobby. Then it flew into the keyhole. When it flew into the keyhole, Krauss and Natsuhi were all ready. For an instant, Krauss thought he saw a gold-colored sparkle in the keyhole of the door. However, at the same time as he strained his eyes to see what it was, that sparkle bent like a whip and attacked, wrapping itself around Krauss's neck. Just looking at it, the gold snake seemed very supple. However, it was as though a wire had tightened around Krauss's neck. And while that snake choked Krauss, it extended even more and also tightened around Natsuhi's neck. Without even a chance to scream, their eyes bulged as they went into convulsions and then collapsed.
45. Hit and kill confirmed. Formulating towing curve. Revising capture points. Data link to 410.
410, data received. Initiating corpse towing. We got both of them, yeah.
The gold snake began to drag Krauss and Natsuhi's bodies back.
That was
There's
fast.
a door. Oh, okay. They slipped through the door to the corridor, dragging the bodies, gradually increasing in speed.
I imagine this is like, you know in cartoons, if they drag something through something that doesn't fit, it like squeezes before it pops out on the other side. I imagine that's what's happening in their bodies. It's just...
And rapidly pulled them outside the guest house. So, the lobby was silent, as though nothing had happened. As though Krauss and Natsuhi had not been there since the beginning. Only the sound of the wind and the rain remained, as if they were playing dumb and pretending to be the only ones there. Dang. Dang!
Sorry, I'm fine now. I'll go make some coffee.
For once, she wasn't asleep when it happened, so she didn't see it in her mind's eye. Eva returned from the bathroom. But no one was in the lobby. Even though they had supposedly been in that sofa until the moment she had choked and gone to the bathroom. They were gone, as if they'd been an illusion from the very beginning. It was all in your head, Eva. You're crazy. Yeah. You're insane.
How careless of them. Where did those two go off to together?
Eva put her hand on the sofa as though acting out a scene from a detective novel. She felt a warmth that meant they'd been sitting there until a short while ago. Perhaps even seconds. Maybe they went to do the rounds or something. For the time being, Eva sat down and waited for their return. Not gonna happen. Doofus.
You don't know, they might...
What? Why is it that right now, several people have died, and this time Ava's like, this isn't suspicious at all. This... When we said we were all going to stay in this room together, this...
Well, it just doesn't make sense. How could they have been killed or anything?
Yeah. Oh my god, wait, she's gone so far into being battler pilled that now she's like, there's no way it could have been magic, even though I've been accepting that magic was real for the past, like, 4 hours. Okay, well, let's see how this goes over here then.
Yep.
Which Twilight are we on?
Depending on what
if Krauss and
happened
Natsuhi
with
are
those
dead,
two.
which Twilight are we on? Yeah.
I think there's only one left after those
One left.
two.
Okay.
I'm not 100%.
Because
know it.
I'm calling it right now. If they revive Shannon, like, fuckery's gonna happen, and it's gonna mess everything up. If they revive Shannon. They might not even manage it. I don't know. Beato and George could be... George, you having a little bit of difficulty flying there, buddy? Beato and George could be seen in the parlor of the mansion. George was kneeling near Shannon's body as though praying. Oh, they already got all the way over there. His face was serious, and there was even sweat on his forehead. And isn't this the first time he's seen Shannon's body, too? Because the adults were like, you're not allowed.
I'm pretty sure, yeah. Also, if Krauss and Natsuhi are the next two Twilights, we're on the 9th Twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. So, it should be everyone with
Okay.
Krauss and Natsuhi.
That's what I was thinking, is either they were the last two or we were pretty close to the end, because I'm assuming that what they're doing here is, like I've said 3 times already, this is going to throw a wrench into the works, so. However, Beato was the same. Now that she had handled her name, not handled, excuse me, there's no L there.
Whoa.
Now that she had handed her name over, most of her previous power had been lost. Of course, she still had more than enough power to be called a witch, but compared to the past, it was a very faint thing.
Good. Don't talk to her. Don't touch her with your hand. Call to her with the voice of your heart, and seek her with the hand of your heart. Only your strong feelings can make my magic reach Shannon's lost soul.
George kept praying earnestly and silently. He kept frantically yelling inside his heart, trying to call back the soul of the person he loved. He strongly envisioned his soul leaving his body and searching for her as she wandered through the land of the dead. Beato turned that strong force into magical power that supplemented her own magic. This was magic that, in the past, she could have performed easily without anyone's help. But now, if she didn't rely on someone's assistance, she wouldn't be able to finish the chant, much less succeed.
I'd forgotten for several centuries. Was magic, was resurrection always this difficult?
Beato was wearing an even more strained expression than George. It had slipped her mind, but originally the magic to revive a life was the ultimate hidden art. The abnormal thing was her previous magical power, which could be used over and over with a snap of her fingers. So the heavy burden on her body and mind was, fundamentally speaking, extremely natural.
However, this man's power, even though he doesn't know magic, it's nothing to be laughed at. I see. So he truly is Kinzo's grandchild.
The strong energy pouring from George was large enough to act as magical power. At first, Beato thought it must be the blood of Kinzo, the sorcerer. However, that probably wasn't it. She had a feeling that Badler had already told her what it was. It had been born from the power of George's sadness at the death of the person he loved, and from the way he had tried his hardest throughout his life, from the warm time spent together with Shannon, to the size of the dream they swore to protect in the future. Is it really possible for humans to take life so seriously, even though they only have a single one? It was only natural. To her, a life didn't mean anything more than the difference between the top and the bottom of an Othello piece. If the black represented death, then she thought all you had to do was flip it over again and make it white. However, it was just like that broken vase. To humans in a world without magic, where they cannot return things to their original form, it is very, very natural for them to bet their life and soul.
There is something so extremely hard about being called, like, Kinzo the Sorcerer.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why, but in all this, the witches and stuff, like, we have the Witch of Certainty, the Endless Witch, but just being called the Sorcerer.
The
Something
sorcerer.
about that goes hard.
He is the sorcerer.
True, he's
I
not even
mean-
called, like, the Roulette Sorcerer, no, just the Sorcerer.
I mean, if anything, what we've learned from Beatrice is true, like, he shouldn't have had, like, any magical capability at all, but was just so
Yeah.
determined that he managed to make it work. So, like, I can understand why they'd be like, dang, he do be the sorcerer.
Dang. Oh, okay.
So, he's an endless witch who can do as she pleases even with life and death. Inferior to a limited human who can't even surpass the mountain of death?
This time, the witch acknowledged it. He was able to hold a magical power that could never reside in witches who didn't understand the value of life. Why does this thing called the endless magic exist? Oh, that's you.
Yep.
Even though I called myself the Endless Witch, did I forget what the endless magic means for 1,000 years?
She looked at George's expression again. His surging earnestness was like a lightning bolt.
I really want to watch the stage play. I bet it's pretty good. Anyway.
Right now, even if George's body had been burned or smashed by a waterfall, he would probably continue to pray for his beloved without minding it, without noticing it. For the first time, she showed respect for that power. So in that instance, all magical resistance was lost, and the enormous power of George's feelings turned into magical energy in its complete form.
Whoa.
The vase was very beautiful, rich with history and value.
Even as young as I was, it still forced me to take a deep breath when I witnessed its beauty. But that just made me want to touch it.
But the vase easily fell and smashed into pieces. It's giving us hardball right now. Like a bubble that had popped. It felt as though the time it possessed a form had been just an illusion. Lives are just that fragile, just that easily lost.
I realized that my foolish curiosity had led to something that couldn't be undone. No matter how much I regretted it, no matter how much I apologized, the smashed vase wouldn't return back to its original form.
A lost life will not return to normal no matter what happens. Did I skip one? No.
No.
I just pressed it really quick.
Yeah.
I was frightened that, even though my actions had been thoughtless and careless, they had stolen away a life that could never be revived again. Then, I pitied that lost life and cried. I was frightened of myself, the one responsible for its loss, and cried even more. I'm sure Grandfather will also cry at the loss of his precious vase. I'm sure that all the people who love Grandfather and see him like that will cry.
With a loss of a single life, the whole world can be filled with so much sadness.
I gotta say, I don't know if this is the intended way of them doing it, where it's like only
It's like a
speaking only when it's
conversation.
first person. It's working. The
Yeah.
like narration interrupting is working well, I think. But anyway,
I cried even more at how terrible that was.
Beatrice appeared and spoke.
Then, milady, let us revive that vase with magic. If that will make everyone happy, the vase and the magic and the spirits will happily lend you their power and return it to its original form. Come, milady. Close your eyes and chant with me.
Come, try closing your eyes, and try to remember. What form did you have? It was surely a very, very beautiful form. Please, show me that form one more time.
Come on, Beato. You've done this a million times before. You got this. Those words of power knocked forcefully on the door to the land of the dead. The magic of her old self had performed that same forceful knock. However, doing it that way was horribly violent and earned the displeasure of the peacefully sleeping dead. But this time was different. It was very forceful, and yet gentle and loving.
so weird. Sorry, I'm thinking about something.
The dead near the door opened their eyes and called out to the others that there was a voice calling for someone to come back. The sadness of that voice calling from the outside touched the hearts of the dead, and, trying to respond as quickly as possible, they searched for Shannon's lost soul.
I kind of like this depiction of the land of the dead where they're just like, oh, we gotta help them, instead
Yeah.
of being like evil demons.
Yeah. And then, they found it. I mean, I feel like it's been implied that, like, hell is separate from the afterlife in this
True, because
universe.
yeah, they're using a different word. They're using the land of the dead specifically here.
And
Like,
they've also talked about, like, hell and demons before, so it seems like hell is just, like, where demons live, and it's not necessarily where people are damned to, quote-unquote.
Mm-hmm.
They found the casket in which Shannon was peacefully sleeping. It truly was Shannon's soul sleeping in the land of the dead. Inside the casket that was covered with rose flowers frozen with frost, she was sleeping in peace, just like that's what Genji did. He did the flower. He made the flower on her
True.
back. The dead silently lifted that casket up. While at a glance it looked like a funeral march, it had the complete opposite meaning.
I am like 100% positive this was not in the anime.
Dang!
It would have been so hard. Oh well.
True. It was solemn, but filled with joy. The long-forgotten dead were made to remember that they were loved after their deaths, and they were all given a warm sense of peace.
What studio would you want to adapt an anime if they made a new one?
I don't know.
I'm sidetracking a lot. I just got back off vacation, but
No,
like
you're good.
I'd be thinking about
I'm
this
not
right now.
sure. I mean, there are some moments in this that are high action, but I feel like it's not super important that the actions stand out for like a studio like that specializes in that, right? Like Trigger or someone like that. Definitely not Trigger.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I gotta see. The people that did Higurashi, the new one and the old one, I gotta remember their name. Studio Dean. They still do stuff, but they usually do like rom-coms.
Was it Ufotable that did Freerun?
No,
No?
it was Bones.
Was it Bones?
Yeah.
I think they did a pretty good job of balancing the action and the downtime in Freerun. I liked how they approached it a lot.
Yeah,
And
Bones would do a good job.
I think that's a balance that would fit this a lot.
Bones is impressive. They work very slow, but they always do really good work because they also did the first season of One Punch Man. Yeah. I wouldn't put it on Mappa, that's for sure.
No.
I do think Bones would probably be the best. They capture the style.
Umineko episode 8 part 17.
Yeah, true. Ew. It's just the end of episode 1 or something like that. There's another studio I was thinking of. What's the one that did Fire Force and JoJo's?
Oh.
David Productions.
Yep.
They wouldn't do half bad, I don't think.
I could see. Yeah, I
It'd
would
be
trust them
very
to do
by
it
the
since they did
books.
JoJo's. Yeah.
They would do it like no creative. Like they would not. David Productions doesn't take a lot of.
They
creative
wouldn't do any.
liberties.
Yeah, they wouldn't do any liberties. It would just be all.
They would just.
They would just do
it
the
as it
manga
is.
or this or whatever.
Yeah.
Like they would pick a reference and do it based
Yeah.
off that reference.
That's not bad either, but yeah, I'd say Bones or David Productions would do good.
Yeah. David
Okay,
Bones.
that was all. Sorry, David Bones, Bone David. Wait, I mean,
Then, as though guided by a warm light from the heavens, Shannon's body floated up out of the casket. The dead watched her go. They squinted at that warm light, offering their respect to this unknown member of the living who had not lost his love for a person even after their death. Shannon's body was enveloped in the light from the heavens and began to disappear. In the jet-black darkness of the land of the dead, the faint flickering of gold butterflies could be seen. It reminded them of the gentle stars in the night sky, which they had long forgotten. Here we go. George remembered being told that he must not say anything, and he hurriedly covered his mouth. However, it felt like his heart was trying to jump into his throat, because he had seen Shannon's eyelids shake slightly. Then, those eyelids slowly opened. Shannon's eyes were there, but they were still wrapped in the fog of the land of the dead. However, the human world's warmth, no, her lover's warmth, which had called back her soul, slowly dissolved that fog, and her eyes gradually regained their sparkle. Then, her eyes moved, and recognized George.
George, son.
As her lips shook weakly, Shannon definitely said that. The words were very faint. So much so that they normally wouldn't have reached his ears. However, George clearly heard them. He heard the person he cared for, his fiancée, the one he loved most, and who should have been dead, call his name once again.
Shannon. Shannon. Do you know who I am?
George, son. Is this a dream?
No. This isn't a dream. Come on, see here. Even if I pinch you, you won't wake up.
As George said that, he softly pinched Shannon's cheek. It was how George had always responded in the past when Shannon had been surprised by something and had asked if she was dreaming. When Shannon felt the warm touch of George's finger on her cheek, and when George realized that the warmth of the living had already returned to his beloved person's cheek, they both cried. What words should a pair of lovers separated by death celebrate when they're reunited? The words of the human world are not enough. In short, they had no need of the words of this world. George simply hugged Shannon, who was sitting up without talking. Shannon's strength was still feeble, and putting her arms around George's back took all she had. So George hugged her tightly to make up for that. To stop each other from going once more to a place the other's hand couldn't reach, they hugged each other so tightly and yet so gently. As Shannon's fingers curled around George's back, on her ring finger, the engagement ring George had given her definitely shone. That strong glint certainly wasn't just the sparkle of diamond. There definitely was a magical power that only the two lovers could possibly feel. It was because that strong light existed that they had been able to find her casket in the land of the dead. Beato understood. That ring, no. The feelings of the pair embodied in that ring were a miracle made real. In that moment, George definitely used magic. Beato had done nothing more than help him along. That magic had a power that could only reside in those who knew of the importance of life, who knew what it meant to try with all one's might. It was the power of a miracle, one that the endless witch couldn't possibly know of. A miracle that only the power of the finite could give rise to. By now, she had no choice but to accept it. She had to accept that true magic, true magical power, exists in the place furthest away from she who called herself a great witch.
Beatrice, Sama.
She brought you back to life. Thank you, Beatrice.
No, I did nothing. What revived Shannon was your magical power. It was your magic. The Ushiromia blood, which makes miracles come true, surely saw you through. George-san revived me? Indeed, it was an incredible display of magical power, one that I could not hope to compete with. So I am still nothing more than an apprentice.
Dang.
Now I finally know my place.
Whew. That was hard, wasn't it? That was...
Mm-hmm.
Beato staggered backwards. Her physical strength was clearly exhausted. She had humbly said that George's power alone had revived Shannon, but Beato had also used all of her magical and physical strength. and she reflected upon how difficult it was to revive a single life, something she'd been able to play around with however she wanted to in the past. The couple kept on embracing each other tightly. By doing that, those feelings that couldn't be communicated with a billion words were shared.
Thank you, Beatrice. We're in your debt. Thank you very much, Beatrice-sama. I'll never forget the debt I owe you for bringing me to George again. Stop that, stop that. Being thanked by a pair of lovers is far too embarrassing for one who has been feared as a monster of a person. Don't worry about me. Celebrate your reunion together to the fullest.
Beato, who was leaning with her back against the wall, slid down the wall and sat. How many centuries had it been since she last grew this tired from using magic?
I probably haven't been this tired since the first time I first succeeded in magic. Didn't teacher praise me that time? But didn't I kill that same teacher who praised me?
Don't be so naive, Beatrice. Isn't that what killing means?
Finally. It seems you've finally remembered how to use magic.
My head, it feels parched and suffocated, and I can't even remember. More importantly, didn't I kill you? You shouldn't be appearing.
You are still allowing me to live, even now. That is why I can appear like this. However, I did not come just to pat your head.
Did you come to sneer at how pathetic I am? Anyway, if I have my head patted by a retired witch after all that's happened, the other witches will laugh at me.
That's right. According to your bragging, you were not only a full adult, but a retired one. And yet, only now have you learned how to use magic. That certainly does sound too embarrassing to tell anyone.
Yeah, tell me about it. Keep it a secret, okay, teacher?
Beato gazed at the couple hugging each other with a sense of pleasant despondency.
Love, is it? I'm no match.
Oh!
45, data received. Firing preparations concluded. Ammo type selected and loaded.
410, firing. Hit.
The gold snake arrow fired by the Chysters weaved its way. Oh my God! Okay, I did. It went without me there for a second.
That's funny. I'm surprised it still isn't going.
Weaved its way through the bushes in the rose garden, weaved its way through the hedges, and climbed the It's doing it again. It's doing. It's too fast.
Big old snake, baby.
And climbed the stone steps towards the mansion's entrance, aiming for the keyhole. It weaved through the corridors and flew into the keyhole on the door to the parlor.
Ah!
Yeah, that's what I thought it would be too. It happened in an instant. The upset and confused
Yeah.
One could hardly blame Beato, who was completely worn out for not noticing it beforehand. She's gonna be pissed.
Yeah.
Right before Beato's eyes, the gold snake flew in through the keyhole, surrounded the two lovers, and pierced the two hearts in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, the gold snake faithfully pierced a hole through Shannon's chest once more. The two hearts were pierced by that gold snake. No, by that gold sewing thread of the new brutal witch's furniture. And it had happened in an instant, mocking the amount of effort it had taken to revive Shannon. Don't you feel angry, Beatrice? Don't you feel upset? Before Beato's shocked eyes, the two fell over and landed on the floor.
George! Shannon! Thank you, Beatrice, for letting us meet. Even just for a short while. Thank you.
George spent his last breath thanking Beato, and died alongside the one he loved. The gold snake, which still sewed the two in place, spun like a large cyclone, revolving around the inside of the parlor. It was searching for further prey in that room. Then, the tip of the snake met Beato's gaze. In that instant, Beato was prepared to die. At that moment, Virgilia stood in front of her, the fingers of both her hands drawing a seal. Instantly, gold-colored leaf buried the inside of the parlor. It was like a blizzard of gold. Beato, run while you can! No one can escape from the Chyster's golden bow. 410, target lost! It's magical chaff!
45, roger that! Modifying search algorithm, switching to anti-personnel image-based tracking. Target lock required, data link to 410.
410 data received. Too slow, predecessor Sama. Coming. Impact!
Prey targeted by the Chyster sisters' golden bow did not escape. It could not be blocked. No magical barrier could even dream of blocking it without being multi-layered. The gap opened during that instant of confusion caused by Virgilia's deception magic was Beato's only chance to escape. And it was the only chance to make the sisters confuse Virgilia for Beato. As Virgilia spread her arms wide, blocking the way to her beloved disciple, the gold snake pierced straight through her heart. After sneaking in through the keyhole, the snake shot through George, Shannon, and then Virgilia in an instant, completely failing to notice Beato as she used that instant to escape. Oh, now she's gonna be uber pissed.
Man, Virgilia died twice in this episode.
Yeah. It's okay. As long as Beatrice wants her to live, she's alive apparently. So
We'll go to the Golden Land, so...
yeah. As soon as Virgilia saw that Beato had gotten away, she died. Aww.
Yeah.
The strength left her body, and like gold dust drifting with the wind, her form was erased.
And it was Kumasawa.
Beato completely erased all traces of her magical power, became gold butterflies, and passed through the wall, escaping to the wind and rain outside.
Damn it. You bitch. You bitch!
Get angry. Get upset. I've been waiting for this. Beato felt regret from the bottom of her heart. Why? Because she had been attacked by the new witch? Probably not. Of course, she hated losing her teacher. And even more importantly, Beato was enraged at the barbarism that had boorishly stolen away the reunion between two lovers. Beato had poured out almost all of her magical power to reunite them, even though the result had been a miracle. The time it took to steal that away had been so ridiculously short. Beato trembled at the barbarous cruelty that had brought about such an abrupt end. Besides, this was the true form of the act she herself had committed up until that point. So just as strongly as Beato hated the new witch, she also looked at her previous self with disgust. We love character growth here.
Right? For the endless witch, no less.
But now, she had to escape. If she was targeted next, she would probably lose her life. To think that a chess player had descended thinking they were like a god, only to be attacked by the pieces.
45, impact confirmed. Target scattered. Without a doubt, we crushed the predecessor, Sama.
Looks like our pile of kill medals is gonna get bigger again, yeah?
Oh, what was that about loving couples? You get to enjoy tearing the two apart by death, reuniting them, and then tearing them apart again, right? And along with that, I get to say goodbye to that damn fussy old hag. Ronove, you don't have any complaints, right?
I do not, Beatrice.
That person interfered with the ceremony of the witch's epitaph, you see? She provided a sacrifice from the first twilight without permission, obstructing my ceremony. She's got no right at all to complain. But it sucks that she didn't leave a corpse behind. And I thought I'd be able to torture that old hag to death over and over again endlessly.
How uncouth. Yeah. Okay, I need to pee really bad, so I'm gonna do that real quick while we're at this intersection here.
Yep. I'm gonna take a sip, and then I'll entertain the audience. Alright, this is a new song. I think we got a few new songs for this real quick. 1 second, audience, 1 more second. Okay. Yeah, anytime that you see a song... we may have heard this before. I'll have to see if I can see where else it might have been in. It's called a rhythm changer in all lowercase. Anytime you see an English titled song in Umineko in all lowercase, you know you're in for some heat. We also had Soul of Soul. Okay, I think we may have had Rhythm Changer before. Okay, listen, I'm using the wiki. Don't tell anybody. I've played this before, but I'm using the wiki for information like this. And I think anytime it's bolded, that means it's the first time it's played. Rhythm Changer is not bolded, but Soul of Soul is. But anyway, welcome back. Okay, we're going along here.
Who's she even talking to? Oh, the other kids are still here. I completely forgot about that.
Yeah. So we got a little bit left of this, and then 2 more chapters, and then the tea parties and whatnot. But the next chapter is like 5 million parsecs long. I don't know.
We got it.
True.
We got it.
It's gonna be so good though. If it is what I think it is, it's gonna be so good. Okay, here we go. George did. No, I didn't see him. When did he come down?
He didn't. When, you say? What hour was that again?
I think it was probably around 4 or 5. At the very least, it was more than an hour ago.
We got sleepy and probably dozed off after that. But I think it's probably like Jessica says, about 1 or 2 hours ago. I also remember something from around that time. I was asked if I wanted more coffee. Thanks.
Thanks, Nacho.
Oh, that's right, because George asked him if he wanted more coffee. That's right.
It's just really funny.
Yeah, out of
like,
context.
I'm in here. Like,
something hard to believe had happened. Apparently, when Aunt Eva left for a second to wash her hands, Uncle Krauss and Aunt Natsuhi had disappeared. There's no way they went hiding somewhere. Of course, the doors and windows had all been rigorously checked and all were locked from the inside. None of them was broken. And that wasn't just true for the first floor, the second floor was the same. Again, all the doors and windows had locks built in a way that made it impossible to lock them from the outside. So they did close the window behind them. In other words, there was no way that Uncle Krauss and Aunt Natsuhi had gone outside. And yet, they couldn't be found. Furthermore, they weren't the only ones who had disappeared. So had George Aniki, of all people. George Aniki had left saying he was going to get more coffee, and had gone downstairs more than an hour earlier. We'd assumed that he was having a conversation with Aunt Eva and the rest, but Aunt Eva, who had been in the lobby the whole time, said that no one had come down. Since all the doors and windows were locked from the inside, it was unthinkable that they had gone outside. However, 3 humans had evaporated from this barricaded guest house, which had become a perfect closed room. There it is! We got another one, everyone!
Yay!
Back to the closed room! Woo!
I love closed rooms.
In a situation like this, we couldn't imagine that this was because they were playing hide and seek and trying to scare us with a prank. It was probably reasonable to assume that they'd been caught up in this crime. When Aunt Eva had learned that her only son was missing, she had gone half insane, running from room to room and yelling his name. And Jessica, who had suddenly lost both of her parents, chased after her. Cries of George, George, and Mom, Dad had continued to echo through the guest house for some time. I think George said something about wanting to see Shannon's dead face. It would be reasonable to assume that he snuck out of the guest house and went to the mansion. But I didn't have a clue about Uncle Krauss and Aunt Natsuhi. Did they see him leave and then go to the mansion to search for him? Without telling Aunt Eva? At this rate, it's only a matter of time before we start planning to leave the guest house and go search for them. When that time comes, I'll agree. We'd thought staying holed up in the guest house would be safe, which was why our big happy group of 12 people locked themselves up here this morning. And yet, now there's only 4 of us left. That means staying here is no guarantee of safety. However, there's one thing we can't afford to forget. All the doors and windows were locked from the inside. This is a closed room. How did they manage to vanish from this place? Tiny bombs?
Yeah.
We searched around thoroughly. However, we couldn't find any traces of someone hiding. The 3 of them had almost certainly been taken outside the guest house.
I wonder how it was done. You don't think there might be something like a hidden door?
Has it been said and read this time? I don't know. I think it was, actually. Because back at the beginning when they were like, let's get all this out of the way right now.
Yeah.
I think Beatrice was
Can't
like,
remember
no
for
doors. No hidden doors.
We can look at it again later, but I think so.
A hidden door?
The doors and the windows were built in a way that makes them impossible to lock from the outside. Even us using a fishing line, it would probably be impossible the way they're constructed. So, it may be reasonable to assume that they left via something other than a door or window.
You're right. That does make logical sense. No one can be sure that no hidden doors exist. Unless you're Beatrice. However, before leaping to that conclusion, I suspect a much simpler possibility.
And what would that be?
They didn't leave. For some time, Badler had been opening windows, opening shutters, and checking outside, repeating this for each window. This window's pretty quiet. I see. Unlike the other windows, because of how the building's shaped, the wind doesn't blow into this one.
It appears that way. It feels strange that no wind or rain comes in, even though there is so much of it outside.
Dr. Nanjo, when I opened the window just now, did you hear a sound?
Huh? No, I did not notice it. I believe it is well oiled.
In other words, it's possible to slink through a window in the hallway when no one is looking. Furthermore, the wind doesn't blow in through this window, so the air pressure wouldn't cause the curtains or a door to make a sound. It'd be quiet. Badler leaned forward and looked at the ground below. He was searching for some sign that George had jumped down. But at a glance, he didn't see any mark like that on the grass in the middle of the pouring rain. There might also be a window like this on the first floor. It'd be possible to go outside without anyone noticing.
However, not only the doors, but the windows too are all locked, and the shutters are even down as well, correct? It may be possible to go out through them, but you couldn't lock them afterwards.
Sure, you can lock them. Just like this. Badler closed the window and locked it, as though this was perfectly obvious.
But Badler-san, you aren't saying...
If someone inside locked it afterwards, this closed room is as easy as pie. True. Very, very simple solution, Pilled. True.
Someone goes by and goes like, "Oh, look, this
Yeah.
window's unlocked."
Oops. Didn't mean to leave that open.
But that means, oh, Elden Ring.
Yeah.
Nanjo turned his
Nanjo
pale
ring.
and shook his... Oh, not turned his pale. Nanjo turned pale and shook his head several times. Because the thing Battler had said had forced him to face the fact that was frightening even to imagine. That's only if the trick I'm thinking of actually happened, okay? However, with this trick, only a very limited number of people can be suspected. He didn't want to say it in front of Nanjo, but after eliminating Jessica, who had been with him the whole time, only Nanjo and Eva could have done it.
Oh, I did not do anything of the sort. Yes, I swear it.
In this case, it becomes a battle between Aunt Eva and Dr. Nanjo for an alibi. We just have to suspect both of you, and unfortunately the two people that could sustain Eva's alibi are missing, so...
Yep.
And can find the two of you separately. To say it the other way around, the more survivors there are, the more effective this trick might be. But since our numbers have shrunk so much, it isn't effective at all. No, on the contrary, there'd be a chance of having your own neck strangled by using it. It would have been more advantageous to make it look like the culprit was outside, to intentionally leave a door unlocked or break a window. If this disappearance drama had taken place midday today, I'd be able to claim this theory with full confidence. However, at this stage, I'm not confident at all. What's going on here? What in the world does it mean? This closed room.
You don't think,
What is it, Dr. Nanjo? Even if it's just a thought, please say it. Nanjo looked like he was trying to swallow his words, even though he'd thought of something, so I urged him on. After Dr. Nanjo refused several times, saying it was just a foolish idea, he finally said it out loud.
Well, don't you think this might actually be the work of the witch?
Ridiculous. There's no way witches exist.
The witch is trying to make her case to us, specifically because she's doing things that humans cannot do.
Nanjo immediately grasping the entire premise of episode 1 and 2.
Yeah. He's good at that.
She must be trying to make us accept her as a witch. To me, this disappearance from the closed room of the entire guest house feels like that kind of message from the witch. It's something I must not think of. Surely, it cannot mean anything. Oh, I am frightened.
As Dr. Nanjo shook with fear, it looked like he was trying to erase the fearsome thoughts that he kept imagining one after the other. The two women screaming at each other, or perhaps just at the void because of their missing family members, but when we went down the stairs, Aunt Eva and Jessica were enraged and were each persistent in their desire to leave this place and search for their respective families. Fair enough. It was a desire that naturally hits those who can no longer see their family. Aunt Eva told Dr. Nanjo and me to stay here, but I shook my head and started walking. I've been shut up inside for a long time already. I've started wanting to breathe some outside air. Yeah, if we're going, let's go quickly. There's no way I'm gonna keep myself shut up in a place like this anymore. Let's go and find Mom, Dad, and George Nissan right now. The blood had all risen to Jessica's head. I hope it doesn't set off her asthma.
If anyone wants to stay, go ahead and stay. We'll be searching outside.
Literally the only other person is Dr. Nanjo. You can just speak to him. You can... What about you, Dr. Nanjo?
Yep.
Will you watch the place by yourself?
No. Allow me to join you.
Rather than holding up alone in a guest house whose security was by no means guaranteed, it would be better to enter a danger zone as a group of 4 people. Aunt Eva had a gun. Moving separately from her was almost like asking to be made into the next victim. In this way, the four of us decided to leave the guest house, even though it should have been safe to barricade ourselves here. We lost 8 people after doing so. It was almost as though it was this. What? It was almost as though this.
Yeah.
That's supposed to be an as. It was almost as though this was a holding cell from which the sacrifices could be killed one after another. We removed the chain, unlocked the front door, and opened it. It was already pitch black. While there were some lights outside that dimly lit the pathway, they didn't have enough power to pierce the darkness that some suspicious person might be hiding in. Yeah, you don't even have the night sky because it's storming.
Yeah. I'm going. If you fall behind, you're on your own, okay?
Still holding her gun, Anteva dashed out without an umbrella. Jessica followed after her. After glancing at each other, Dr. Nanjo and I chased after them. What in the world is happening in this mansion on this island? I've just been shut up in the guest house with the rest of the cousins since yesterday. Yeah, Battler has not been active this board game, or at least his peace Battler hasn't been active at all this
No.
one.
What? He said that in episode 2. What did he say? He's like, it's not my turn. It's not my time.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
So I don't know anything about what's going on outside.
Yeah, we know.
Just what is happening that I don't know about? Outside this room, in the mansion, on this island. Your enemies to lovers witch GF is getting a sense of morality. That's what's happening. It's all according to Kekaku, don't worry.
Real.
Everything is happening. Everything is proceeding. And everything is ending without my knowing it. Somewhere in my heart, I've already started giving up. Most likely, not one of us will see tomorrow morning. When the seagulls cry, nobody will be left alive. And that's my Umineko Naku Koro ni.
Real. Every Umineko has its Naku no Koro ni, I don't know.
Every witch has its rondo.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Big chapter. Big chapter. Here we
it
go.
comes.
And this is like the end anyways.
Yep.
I mean, this is the second to last chapter, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, I gotta say, I just found out that apparently Umineko ran a character popularity poll back in 2007.
Yeah.
There's not a lot interesting to say about most of it. It's about what you'd expect.
Hmm.
However, placing 16th right above Lambda Delta was Mackerel.
Macro.
That's all.
Oh. Dad, Mom, who would do something like this? Jessica's woeful voice echoed throughout the rose garden.
Oops.
Perhaps it was the intuition of a person who lived on this island. After checking the part of the rose garden where Aunt Rosa and Maria had fallen and seen nothing, Jessica went on to look in the arbor next. Normally, the arbor was probably a wonderful location to enjoy tea peacefully while appreciating the roses on a good sunny day. Maybe even Uncle Krauss and Aunt Natsuhi had days when they relaxed and enjoyed their tea together here. In that arbor lay their corpses. At least they aren't drenched in the rain like Aunt Rosa and Maria had been. But there was no way I could say that out loud to Jessica at the moment. What do you think, Dr. Nanjo?
They're dead.
This is strangulation, I believe. Come, take a look at this. On their necks there are distinct markings that something was used to strangle them.
A lot of stranglings in this one.
Yeah. Right. I doubt those things were the primary cause of their deaths. Right there lay 2 stake-like weapons decorated with an occult design, which had been found driven into Uncle Krauss's thigh area and near Aunt Natsuhi's calf. When we found these things sticking out of my parents' foreheads and chest, we decided to preserve the crime scene and leave them for the police. But Jessica didn't care about such matters and immediately pulled the stakes out of her parents' forsaken bodies.
By now, bodies couched in the head, chest, stomach, knee, and leg have been found.
Dad,
damn it! I'll kill that murderer. Kill him!
Sorry, with this, the 8th twilight has been completed.
Yeah.
I be looking at things I should not be looking at. I'm reading ahead. Is this going to continue on to the 9th twilight? The witch shall be revived, and none shall be left alive.
Bring it on. If the witch revives, that means the culprit is gonna make his grand appearance, right? No one's gonna be left alive? Bullshit. I'll kill him. I'll definitely kill the culprit who killed Dad and Mom with my own hands.
Jessica, let her
strangle
emotions
them?
flow out. You wouldn't perhaps want to strangle them, would you? Jessica let her emotions flow out as she howled furiously. If love is the strongest magical emotion, anger's gotta be like a close second.
I wonder if anger is a magical or if it's an anti-magical.
It's a physical, it's an anti-magical emotion. That would make
Might be.
sense. That would make
I don't
sense.
know. I don't know.
Strongest anti-magical warrior, Jessica Ushiromiya.
League of Legends player.
To avoid being crushed by grief, she could do nothing but resist it with anger.
We still haven't found George. Jessica, you children had better stay here. I'll go into the mansion.
Eva-san, we mustn't split up.
Bye.
It's dangerous if we do not all stick together.
There's nothing we can do for Nissan or his wife. But George may be still alive somewhere. I have no time to waste here.
As Aunt Eva screamed this, Jessica glared at her.
Whoops.
Eva had no more time to bother about the dead. She was more concerned for the safety of her only son, who had yet to be seen.
Jessica-chan, you should stay by your father and mother's side. I'll make a short trip to the mansion. Padlock-kun and Dr. Nanjo, you two can stay here as well.
After arbitrarily saying this, Aunt Eva rushed out of the arbor. I'm surprised Jessica hasn't had an asthma fit yet.
True.
I called out to stop her, but there was no way she would listen. However, being alone in this situation meant nothing short of death. If we silently watched her leave, it would be the same as letting her die. Since Aunt Eva was unwilling to stop, we had no choice but to follow her. And, while it may be cruel to say so, Uncle Krauss and Aunt Natsuhi were already dead, so there was nothing more we could do for them. In the end, we had no choice but to console Jessica and head for the mansion together. Fortunately, Jessica stood up. Perhaps she had been able to break free from her grief. But what had surfaced in its place was an expression like a demon's. I'll kill that person with my own hands. I'll definitely avenge them. Let's go, Battler. If we find the culprit, don't get in my way. I'm definitely gonna kill them. I've got my own parents to avenge. Sorry, but this is first come, first serve. Yeah, that's right. Let's kill them. At my words, Jessica finally seemed to feel like we sympathized with her emotions. She still had that dark expression, but I felt that Jessica had regained some of her sanity. We took off, chasing after Aunt Eva. Through the rose garden, up the stone steps, running at full speed towards the mansion whose large, intimidating shadow flashed in the lightning. With this, the murders of the epitaph have reached the 8th twilight. And then, on the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive. None shall be left alive. I will, most likely, lose my life. But at the very least, I want to burn the truth into my eyes. That's the only thing motivating me to move right now. We were able to meet up with Aunt Eva, who was having trouble with the lock on the front door. It seemed that all the blood had risen to Aunt Eva's head. This was probably making her fingers clumsy. It looked like she couldn't even handle the simple task of inserting the key into the lock. Then, there was a faint sound. The sound of the door unlocking just as though it had waited for all the survivors to unite before opening.
Real.
It felt to me as though the malicious mansion was trying to swallow up the remaining humans at once. Perhaps the stench that erupted outwards the instant the door opened couldn't be described as just a smell. It wasn't just the charred smell from Grandfather. I think it also may have contained the regrets of the servants and Dad's group. All of the dead. What did it mean as it floated out, overwhelming us? Was it the cry of the dead telling us not to enter? However, Aunt Eva didn't even flinch at something like that. And we who had to chase after her were forced to step into the mansion even after receiving that message.
George! George! If you can hear me, answer! George!
Aunt Eva shouted at the top of her lungs. Considering the situation, it's probably far too optimistic to imagine that he's alive. Even when we started following Aunt Eva's example and calling out George's name in loud voices, Aunt Eva spotted something and stopped walking. She was standing in front of the door to the parlor.
What is this? Dr. Nanjo, could you come here for a second?
What is it?
I'd heard about the eerie magic circles written on doors like the one on the parlor from the adults. Eerie is the only word to describe that thing, which was scribbled with a deep red paint reminiscent of blood so that it slowly dripped down. However, that had supposedly been there since this morning. Wondering why Aunt Eva, who had supposedly seen it already, would think it odd now, Jessica and I stared at the door.
Certainly. I have no memory of numbers such as these being written here.
Right, they weren't. Eerie magical characters were written here, but not numbers.
From what the two of them said, only the magic circle had been there this morning. However, right now there were 8 digits written near the upper part of the magic circle. Huh? A new piece to the puzzle. Okay. 07151129. I didn't know what it meant at all. It's not a date, is it? Because that would be a date, but I don't know why that would be the date.
Silly, a date is a fruit.
But that is the digits to fill a date. But I didn't even want to imagine what someone had been thinking when they wrote it. Or it's probably just, I'm probably overthinking it. It's probably a code for something. It was drawn with the same paint as the magic circle. So we can assume that that's our Beato that did that then, probably. But it had clearly been written very recently. The way it had dried out and the condition of the color was completely different from the magic circle part. I'm sure it just has some magical meaning. No point wasting time thinking about it. Jessica intentionally spat those words out in an attempt to push aside the eerie feeling it gave off.
It could be a magic square. The idea that a ward against magic can reside in a certain sort of number play. I believe everyone has heard of the one where adding all of the numbers in each row leads to the same sum.
Yeah, sure, I know that one. Definitely, Nanjo.
Wasn't that a group of numbers buried in a rectangle? This is just a single row. I don't have a clue what it could mean. What Jessica-chan said... Whoa. What Jessica-chan said is probably correct. There isn't any point in us wasting time thinking about it.
I think there is, but okay.
Even though she said that, she probably suspected that it actually meant something. Aunt Eva was deftly writing that number down on an old receipt or something with a short ballpoint pen. Unless it had some obvious pattern, it'd probably be tough to memorize a code that made up an 8-digit number. Ellipses. Could this be a date? Hey! Or something? It would have been July 15th, 1129. I'm not sure of what its significance that date is.
A date? What are you talking about?
Maybe it's significant in Japanese history, and that's why I can't think of anything? Well, it's probably a coincidence, but my birthday is July 15th. Dun dun dun. Once I thought that 0715 might refer to July 15th, I figured that if 1129 stood for... Oh, okay, maybe it's two months. Okay, I was thinking month, day, year. Well, day, month, year, because... No, month, day, year. Interesting that it's broken up as day, month, year, because literally like everywhere else in the world does... or no, it's oh my god, that's the American way of dating. That's the American way. So that's why I'm like interesting, because usually the day and month are flipped everywhere else. Okay, regardless.
This is the Westerbu house.
Yeah, true. I figured that if 1129 stood for November 29th, maybe that'd fit perfectly. Okay, but then what does that mean? Why would your birthday be written in a place like this? And what's up with November 29th? That's what I want to know. Still, it's probably just a coincidence. When I thought about it, it started to feel a little creepy. What if someone's birthday was November 29th? That's not the birthday of anyone else in my family, not Dad or Kirie-san or Anji. And of course it isn't my mom's either.
Nothing comes to mind. I don't believe it's Kenzo-san's or Genji-san's birthday.
It isn't from my family either. And it isn't Rosa's or Maria-chan's.
Dang, these, despite how much they hate each other, these family members all, like, have memorized everyone's birthdays.
It's political.
Yeah.
If they don't get, like, a gift on their birthday, then they owe them.
They've slighted them, if not.
Yeah.
It can't be anyone in my family, and it isn't Canon-kun's or Shannon's.
Oh, of course you would know that.
But they're her friends. I always give the servants presents on their birthdays, so I know it for all of them. But I don't know anyone who was born on November 29th. Once we started imagining the 8 digits weren't meaningless, but actually 2 dates written together, it really started to look that way. However, its true meaning may be something completely different, or there may be no meaning at all. Anyway, since we don't have any real clues, it's probably pointless to stand around here worrying about it. The inside of the parlor is much more important. This morning, behind each of the doors with a magical circle drawn on them, had been the body of a victim. Maybe it's something to do with like sorry, I'm still on the dates. Maybe it's something to do with like astrology, because astrology and magic. I don't know. Maybe it's something to do with those dates being star signs.
I didn't remember those numbers. I had to quickly look it up because I was like, what does that mean? Now that I know what it means, I can't really say anything, but like you're probably not going to figure it out for a long time.
Okay.
Unless you manage to piece things together yourself, but it would, like, you basically got to solve the epitaph and then some to do this, so.
Oh, okay. Oof.
Or wait for it to be given to you in episode 7/8.
Is it, so then does it have something to do with the epitaph then? Curious. Things to think on.
Oh.
This morning, behind each of the doors with a magic circle drawn on them had been the body of a victim. So if someone new, if something new has been added to this door, does that mean something new has been added inside the parlor? George? When Aunt Eva tried to open it, she felt the resistance of the lock. She immediately took out a master key and put it in the keyhole. As soon as she opened the door, Aunt Eva let out a high-pitched scream and ran inside. That alone was enough to tell us what had happened inside the room. Dr. Nanjo and I looked at each other, and I shook my head slightly as we entered the parlor.
George! George! Hang in there! George! Dr. Nanjo, quickly!
George Aniki lay there, crumpled alongside Shannon-chan's corpse. His chest was stained bright red, and judging by his still opened eyes, I'd hate to say it to Aunt Eva, but I couldn't pick up any signs of life. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, nope, wait. All right.
I wonder if it'll say anything new about Shannon as well.
Boomba.
Oh, yeah, they're all in there.
Stake-shaped weapon sticking out of his thigh. If only there wasn't that stupid epitaph, I wouldn't have needed a stake. What a pain.
Real.
Stake-shaped weapon sticking out of her calf. Why do I even have to follow the epitaph in the first place? Is this some kind of game?
I don't think she even really did this time. It's supposed to be gouge the knee and kill, gouge the leg and kill. She kind of, like, missed the knee both times.
Yeah. And who was the last one? George.
George, and maybe Shannon's different?
In exchange for his soul, the witch gave 8 numbers. 07151129. If you say it, a small golden land will be opened. Okay, that definitely has something to do with the epitaph. So it's okay. So it's like a password then, but to what? That's my question now, is what does that... Oh, I'm going to have to read the epitaph.
Check Shannon. See if
Yeah.
Shannon. Also, you can look at the epitaph in the tips menu as well.
True. I just don't want to take up our time right now.
True.
True, because she died again.
I don't think that's different, but I'm not
Legend and
sure.
Harry, Parlor, it's wonderful. Yeah, no, that one's the same.
Okay.
After moving to take George's pulse, Dr. Nanjo shook his head wordlessly, reporting that George was dead. Brushing him aside, Aunt Eva once again crouched beside George Aniki and started crying at the top of her lungs.
Please no.
With Aniki's death, one thing is certain. The murders hadn't ended on the 8th twilight. The epitaph was being carried out in its complete form, including the 9th twilight, and none shall be left alive. I was really starting to lose track of things. For some reason, Aunt Eva's half-crazed cries actually made me cool down. Crestfallen and exhausted, I flopped onto the sofa and plunked my feet on top of the table. Maybe all these murders numbed my heart. Instead of just being frightened, I felt completely confused. Dad and Kyrie-san are dead, and people have been killed off one by one, starting with the servants. And there's been a hell of a lot of them by now. I don't know when the first murder happened, but they might have been killed at a rate of about 1 person per hour by now. We believe that the boat will come for us around 9 o'clock tomorrow. There's still a full 12 hours until then. How many more sacrifices to the witch will there have to be for us to survive? Will the 4 of us, if one goes each hour? With the 4 of us, if one goes each hour, we won't last any longer than 4 hours. We don't even know if we'll last until midnight tonight. Yesterday, after lunch, we came into this parlor. Just as they started talking about serving some tea Aunt Rosa had brought, we kids decided to take a walk. Maria was jumping around, wasn't she? Didn't Shannon-chan bring us some cookies? She said Kumasawa-san had baked them or something. It would have been hilarious if she'd baked some mackerel into them, wouldn't it? That's right. I'll never hear Kumasawa-ba-chan's mackerel jokes again, will I? Maybe not, actually, considering her mind is free. All right.
Activated.
If I only remembered stuff about Kumasawa-ba-chan, that wouldn't be fair to everyone else. Why did Dad and Kyrie-san even go outside? It's not like going without food for a day would kill us. So why did Gluttony get a hold of them and make them go out for food? I'll bet that fearless dad of mine just started complaining about being hungry. Kyrie-san, you were supposed to be the brakes for my reckless dad. Why didn't you stop him? And what about your daughter, Anje? She's still just 6 years old. Don't tell me you plan to leave her in my care. After all, it's doubtful now whether even I'll be able to leave this island alive.
Stop! Why are you fighting at a time like this? Jessica-san, stop!
It's been kinda noisy for a while. By the time I looked up to see what it was, Jessica and Aunt Eva had suddenly started fighting each other. No, maybe I should say that Jessica was grabbing at Aunt Ava?
Aunt Ava killed Dad and the rest! There's no other explanation!
How foolish! Why should I know anything about what happened to your parents?
Who was on the first floor of the guest house? Aunt Ava! Dad and Mom were in the first floor lobby along with her, and who was left alive? Only Aunt Ava. Why? It's obvious, because you're the culprit! You killed Mom and Dad, carried them outside, and then shamelessly locked the door, trying to make it seem like it was the witch's doing.
Then why do you think George disappeared? He never came down to the first floor. So did he disappear from the second floor? And who was on the second floor? You people were, right? You knew, didn't you? You knew that George slipped out of the guest house. And you brazenly acted as if you didn't know anything. If you'd stopped George, he'd be...
I said stop! Jessica-san was in the cousin's room the whole time. And Eva-san was in the first floor lobby the whole time. Neither of you is responsible for anything. What we have here is simply the sadness of losing family members. The culprit is no one. Nowhere. It is all just the witch's fault. So stop hating each other, you two.
The witch's fault, huh? I wonder if that's a good way to cool down the situation right now. Yeah, I finally understand why 3 people evaporated from the guest house. And all the doors and windows were locked from the inside. This is what they were after. Making us think the culprit was inside. And sparking this ugly mutual hatred. Has to be the culprit's, the witch's, goal. But if that's the case, how did the culprit lock it from the outside? When Dad's group was attacked, their master key was definitely stolen. But the doors and windows to the guest house were built so that you couldn't lock them from the outside, no matter how hard you tried. So that master key should have had nothing to do with the guest house closed room. Jessica and Aunt Eva were turning their sadness and losing their blood relatives into anger at the person in front of them. Small aside. Thinking of how it could have been done without magic, the murderer... But haven't we had it said that there's only 18 people on the island this time?
Yeah.
Rats.
We're not there yet.
Okay. Dr. Nanjo was trying to step between them. And I sat in the sofa, staring up at the ceiling. Thinking about things that didn't even matter anymore with a worn-out expression. I mean, I guess it could have been Nanjo, maybe? Maybe?
Well, wait. I'd say eventually there's going to be discussion of these, surely, in the meta.
Yeah.
I'd wait for that.
Okay.
If I were you. Unless you've got it.
I don't think I do. I'm just speculating right now.
Yep.
I'm trying to get it, but I'm not.
It's hard without any red.
I just couldn't believe that this was the same parlor that had been so warm and pleasant midday yesterday, for just a short time before the typhoon hit. Good Lord.
Oh.
No way.
Yeah.
The sudden sound of a gunshot shook me out of my half-asleep trance. Smoke was rising out of the barrel of the gun Aunt Eva held. Wow! Jessica had fallen to the floor and was covering both of her eyes. Aunt Eva and Dr. Nanjo were looking down at her in shock.
Are you okay, Jessica-san? Jessica-san!
Ah! It hurts! It hurts! It hurts! Ugh!
It wasn't my fault. This happened because you came at me even after I told you to stop.
Hey, wait a sec. What's going on? So, did Jessica grab at Aunt Eva, which turned into a scuffle? Did they start fighting over Aunt Eva's gun? Did some kind of impact cause the trigger to be pulled? I didn't know if the bullet had grazed her or if she'd been burned by the discharge, but either way, Jessica was covering both of her eyes, screaming, it hurts, and rolling around on the floor.
Don't worry, calm down, calm down. It is not a serious wound, so get a hold of yourself.
My eyes hurt. It hurts. I can't see. I can't see.
Dr. Nanjo let Jessica borrow his shoulder, saying that he would tend to her in the servant room. The servant room in this mansion had a bed and first aid kit and was able to function as an infirmary.
Damn it! You killed Mom and Dad! I'll kill you! I'll kill you!
It wasn't me! It wasn't me!
Jessica-san, you'll aggravate the wound, so don't move about. Come, let us go to the servant room.
Jessica continued to curse Aunt Eva as her parents' murderer. It seemed that Aunt Eva couldn't conceal her trembling at the fact that she had pulled the trigger, even if it had been an accident.
It wasn't my fault. It happened because that kid jumped at me. I didn't kill anyone. And more importantly, who killed George? That's right, who killed George? George!
This is like the worst that they've lost it at the end.
Yeah. It isn't my fault. It isn't my fault.
Well, wait a sec, Aunt Eva. Don't go off on your own. I didn't know if it was because Aunt Eva couldn't bear her mistake, or if she'd given up control of her body to anger at the person who had killed her only son, or if it was both of those all mixed together. At any rate, she ran out into the corridor yelling, fearful and screaming. I was also worried about Jessica's condition, but right then I couldn't leave Aunt Eva alone. Why would she go off on her own in this mansion of all places? Is she suicidal? Dr. Nanjo took Jessica towards the servant room. I chased after Aunt Eva, dashing into the depths of the mansion.
Well,
That's
this
it.
is a right pickle.
That's... It's been a while since we... Actually, I don't know if we've gotten a shot of this servant room before. We've gotten the other one in the guest house. I don't think we've gotten this one.
I think we might have flashed here once.
Maybe? Okay.
Because I remember the whiteboard over there.
Well, I think the one in the guest house also has a whiteboard like that.
Maybe then. Yeah, because that TV and tea kettle...
I do not remember them at all. I don't remember the little kitchenette.
Yeah.
After sitting Jessica on the servant room bed, Nanjo told her several times not to touch her eyes and examined the affected area. How did something happen that affected her eyes without killing her with a gun?
I mean, you heard what they said.
Okay. The barrel had probably been near her eyes. There was a possibility that the flames from the discharge had injured her corneas. Oof.
Yeah.
Probably,
There you go.
probably fixable, but also probably requires surgery to fix. So
Yeah, it's not a bullet to the head, but it's definitely
yeah.
You might be blind for your life.
I mean, if they get out of here, I'm sure the Ushiromias would have more than enough money to fix it medically, but I don't think they're getting out of here, so...
True.
It would probably be necessary for her to take her to a doctor as soon as possible. Nanjo applied emergency first aid, covering the affected area with gauze and wrapping it up with a bandage.
Oh my gosh, I love Nier Automata.
Dang. As a result, Jessica completely lost her field of vision.
Is that okay? The wound may hurt or itch, but you mustn't scratch or rub at it. When tomorrow comes, let us go to an ophthalmologist as soon as possible.
I had to put the word
Yeah, I had
together
to
in
think
my
about
head
that
before
one
I
too.
said it.
Can we get Jessica a cone?
That bitch. She really was trying to kill me.
If the angle had been just a little off, I'd have been killed by now. I'll definitely turn her into the police.
Eva-san would not do such a thing. That was an accident.
You call that an accident? She killed Dad and Mom. There's no way any 19th person or witch exists on this island. She's behind everything. She was the only one on the first floor of the guest house. Funnily enough, even though the facts aren't necessarily correct, she is kind of the one behind everything. In this case, in episode 3.
Real.
George Nissan must have seen her kill Mom and Dad, and she killed him to keep him quiet.
It's the same with grandfather and the servants. I'm sure she snuck out of the family conference last night and killed all of them.
If that is indeed the case, then we'll find out about it as soon as the police investigate. The police are incredible, and with their powers of discernment, there is nothing that cannot be understood. There is no need for us to suspect or hate anyone. The police will resolve everything. So for now, Jessica-san, you should devote yourself to resting your body and keeping your eyes safe. Of course, if you wrinkle your forehead too much, it will do nothing good for your eyes, not to mention your beauty.
When Jessica's abuse of Eva had reached a crescendo, she actually had started glaring instinctively, and the pressure on her eyes had hurt her. Jessica herself realized that the more she talked, the more the wound would hurt, and regardless of whether she'd overcome her suspicions of Eva, she regained her composure for the time being. She killed them. Dad and Mom. And Shannon. And Canon-kun. Canon-kun. She'd heard that Canon had been killed in the chapel. Jessica still hadn't seen his face after he had died. Jessica was now less fearful about the fact that she was blinded, and more frightened that the police would carry Canon's body away while she still couldn't see, and that she would have to say her final farewell without being able to look at his face. Her anger at the culprit, and her sadness at the death of the person she'd liked, those mixed emotions started her crying.
Oh, that's not good.
But right now, tears were actually painful for her.
Yeah.
So she wasn't even permitted to leisurely remember his face in bygone days. Jessica could do nothing but sit on the bed and let her head droop, withstanding the pain. Damn. Poor Jessica.
Yeah.
Well then, now I am worried more about Eva-san. I hope she isn't too shaken by this.
Realizing that Jessica had calmed down for the time being and letting out a sigh, he stuck his head out into the hallway to look for any sign of the others coming back.
You know, at times like this, the show... Never mind. I'll wait.
Bruh, ain't no way they just pulled that goofy, Tom and Jerry ass.
Hi.
Oh. Dang. It's just like the 1 second cut of her that sold it for me. That was really funny.
That was pretty good. That was really good. That's one of those things where I feel like the anime could not do that better than that did.
Oh!
Then, their eyes met. Nanjo, unable to understand who this person was bewildered for an instant. Come on, Nanjo, put 2 and 2 together. You're the one who's been saying it's the witch the whole time. Come on.
True.
I hear that people who have lost the power of sight have 0 anti-magic power and magic resistance power. In other words, you're an isolated pawn right now. Understand what that means?
What did you say?
Nanjo had no way of understanding who the person in front of him was, much less what she had just said.
Real.
Dr. Nanjo? What's going on? Unable to see, Jessica had to rely on voices alone to make out the situation. But since she heard Nanjo say something in an uneasy tone, she tightened up, thinking that something bad might have happened.
Stop, please! Please don't kill me! I have a sick grandchild! I mustn't die here!
Nanjo lore?
Yeah.
All the way in episode 3 of all places? Nanjo lore?
Please, spare me!
Dr. Nanjo? Dr. Nanjo? Jessica couldn't do anything except call out from the bed. Judging by the tone of his voice, Nanjo was in the corridor confronting someone. And he was scared. His life must have been threatened just a second ago.
No, stop it! Ah!
The face.
On the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive.
The witch pointed at the end of her gold staff at Nanjo. Even though he didn't know what she was planning to do, Nanjo assumed that she must be trying to take his life. Fair assumption.
Yeah.
Dr. Nanjo!
Dr. Nanjo! Is someone there? Answer me!
Stop it! Bang.
A sharp sound echoed. And just as sharply, the tip of the golden staff tapered and stretched, slicing into Nanjo's forehead. Jessica, who could only try to grasp what was happening with her ears, had no clue what was going on. But even so, she was able to realize that, with that sound, Nanjo had died.
I was gonna say, there it was. Man, this is the first time we've seen
Post.
like the none shall be left alive happen.
Yeah.
Really.
His corpse was found in the hallway in front of the mansion server room. Weapon used on him is assumed to be a gun or a spear-shaped object, just a little longer, and he'd probably have managed to return alive. However, in the very end, the witch did not permit that.
Only 4 humans left there. I didn't even notice that Beatrice was on the human board there.
Huh?
I don't know if she normally is or not. Look,
Was she
is she always there? I don't know.
I think she was, because I don't think this board existed initially.
Okay.
And
Yeah, I
so
think
that's
you're
where
right.
she had been put. Yeah.
Okay. There's just something ominous with the way the story's going right now that she is on that board.
Yeah.
Anyway.
But even so, yeah, I read that. And she could tell that that person was now in the corridor right in front of the servant room. Furthermore, since she couldn't see, she wouldn't be able to run away, much less resist. Knowing that, she was a mouse in a trap, and in a life or death situation, Jessica shuddered.
Oh, Jessica. Too bad your eyes got injured. Now you can't even escape. I'm gonna play a whole lot with Nanjo's corpse now. When I get bored of that, I'll kill you next and play a bunch more. No, wait. If I've got you here blind already, I won't wait until you're dead. I'll have a lot of fun with you before I kill you, too. So wait there shaking for a while, okay? As you try to imagine all the ways I'm playing with Nanjo's corpse.
That Discord probably didn't get that, but...
Didn't get it at
yeah,
all.
no. I know OBS got me, so I know. Jessica was struck with fear and let out a frail scream. Oh, mine wasn't really frail. She wanted to scream in a much louder voice, trying to get someone to help her, but she couldn't. When faced with true fear, it clogs up a person's throat. Right then, Jessica could barely even breathe. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah.
Help me. Help me. She searched around with her hands, trying to find some way to escape. But even though she should have known this room well, just being unable to see made it like a closed room of darkness. She ran into a shelf or something, and things like candy jars and bottles fell down, hitting her on the head. Ouch.
Yeah.
As she was now, it would have been tough for her to even guard her head to block it. She was painfully aware of how powerless humans become just by losing their sense of sight. Of course, she had no time to be impressed by this fact. She crawled around at random, trying to escape from that place. Hey, there's windows. But she kept bumping into things that she didn't understand, getting hit by various falling objects. How many things on shelves are there in this room?
Looney Tunes.
And it felt like the entire room was alive, bullying her and refusing to let her escape. Well, that part's probably true.
I wouldn't be surprised, yeah, if
Because
Beatrice
of-
wasn't
yeah.
doing that.
Then a footstep could be heard from that presence in the hallway. And then a voice. She probably poked her head into the room since Jessica had been so loud.
You really are noisy. Act like a lady and wait there on the bed. 'Cause I'll give you a wonderful blood-red death outfit fitting for such an honored daughter. Something good enough to make the person who finds you faint, okay?
Yeah.
Until just a second ago, she had sworn that she'd kill the culprit if she found them. However, she was now very powerless. She couldn't do anything except let out a scream, crawling around on the floor and bumping her head into the bed and the legs of desks. Help me. Help me. Someone help me. Dad, Mom, Battler, someone come. Help me, In the corridor, as the witch thought of how to toy with Nanjo's life, a single gold butterfly secretly watched that scene from the corner of the hallway. It was Beato, who had barely escaped with her life once before. The gold butterfly softly returned to human form. It was faint and transparent like a lace curtain. By now, her power was so weak that even maintaining this form was difficult for her. Right next to her, Ronave also appeared.
It is unlikely that Jessica will survive. Of course, there were to be no survivors from the very beginning.
She has grown feelings of love for Canon. I have toyed with them at times. However, such behavior was shameful for a witch.
Love is the single element. Romantic love is even more pure, more sacred. Though for some reason, you seem to despise it thoroughly, my lady.
The teacher told me magic exists to bring people happiness. That's something I myself must have been aware of in the past.
The heck is this OST?
I gotta scroll. This is Melting Away?
I think we've heard this before.
Yeah, I believe so as well. It's just one of those ones where you're always like, oh?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Any of the ones that have dialogue in them do that to me.
Yep.
Ever since I forgot that, I stopped being a witch. And so, I lost the right to be Battler's opponent.
I can hardly believe it, my lady. Do you actually intend to rescue Jessica? It will be dangerous.
I know. Even if I do save her, she will become a plaything of the witch's banquet when the door to the Golden Land opens. But even so, that death would be far more compassionate than what that person would do to her. The witch's banquet steals lives in a terrible way, but it does not do so more than once. It does not toy with life and death. However, that person is different. She kills over and over. She kills for fun. There's not even a trace of compassion there. I want to at least save Jessica from that kind of cruel fate.
Certainly. By carrying that out, you would probably be praised as a good witch.
Battler in 4th dimension right now, making that one reaction image of the guy with his 2 hands on his head and his mouth agape.
Yeah. However, the new Beatrice already views you as hostile, my lady. If you were to be seen by her again, you would not have any method of escape this time, correct?
When I reunited George and Shannon, I finally understood what a witch is, and what magic is. I am a witch. I must act as a witch, and I must be acknowledged as Battler's opponent, and make Battler accept me as a witch this time around. The road to that goal may be long and difficult. However, if I do not take a step forward here and now, I won't be able to call myself a witch.
I understand your feelings, but how do you plan to rescue her? There are not many forms of magic that your body is capable of now, my lady. Did you not have to borrow George's power even back when you revived Shannon?
Indeed. And for that very reason, I may be able to save Jessica. Right now, she is begging for Canon to save her. If I can borrow the power of that emotion, my magic may be able to knock on the doors of the land of the dead once again.
You may be able to knock. However, you would use up all of your magical energy. If you were to be spotted by the new Beatrice-sama, you would truly be without a method of escape.
Quick, Nanjo, be very entertaining.
Yeah. I am no longer your butler, my lady. Understand that I cannot assist you if the situation worsens.
I know. By now I have toyed with and taken more lives than I can count. So I may not be able to make up for it, except by saving the same number of lives, bringing them through that door. I have had nothing to lose in the first place. I am just a gold butterfly who has passed its name and magic power on, and who is no longer acknowledged as a witch.
Or what about Battler-sama? You are partway through a game with him. He has said that he would wait until you returned. Are you truly satisfied to end it here? You have a duty to return to the seat across from Battler-sama, milady.
For that very reason, if there's a life that only I can save, I will save it. And I will be accepted as a witch. I must become a witch. If this is training, it is a very childish thing. Nothing that compares with the evils I have committed before now. Vanish, Runaway. Watch what may be the final magic of a single butterfly who used to be called a witch.
Certainly. Please, show me magic that will not disgrace the name of the Golden Witch. And I pray that it is not your final spell.
Go, my friend. If you can find enough ink, write down the story of my foolish life, and head it over to some fool who is about to walk down the same path. So long, Runaway.
I got the goofiest grin on my face right now.
Yeah?
I'm so proud of her.
Yeah? Character growth?
Yeah.
She's not bad anymore. Probably.
She's trying.
Yeah.
And she's trying really hard.
And that's what matters.
Enough so that she's willing to risk her existence, which up until now, she probably would have never done.
Yeah.
Canon-kun, where are you? Where are you? Help me. Help me. Ah.
Dang, okay.
We didn't even get to see it. We did.
Yeah. Milady. It's been so long because he's been dead since the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
I am always there by your side.
Canon-kun? Canon-kun? It seemed to Jessica as though she'd heard Canon's voice just then. She looked around with unseeing eyes, but of course she saw nothing. On the contrary, that action caused her head to hit the desk again. Canon-kun, Canon-kun, help me, help me.
Yes, my lady. I will help you.
Canon-kun? You survived? This time, she thought she heard his voice clearly. Jessica jumped up in surprise, banging her head against the desk once again.
Dang!
Milady, please calm your heart and listen. Unfortunately, I am not alive.
Huh?
I have already died. However, that witch came to me to tell me of your peril. And she gave me just a little bit of time so that I could save you, milady. Please, calm your heart even more. If you do, my form will become visible even to you, milady.
Jessica obeyed those words. She chased all idle thoughts from her head and relaxed her breathing. Of course, her heart felt like it was going to explode after hearing the voice of the one she liked and had thought was dead. She resisted the excitement with all her strength. Ooh, little warbly effect. When she did, she felt as though Canon-kun really was right in front of her. Even though she shouldn't have been able to see him with her eyes, she was able to sense him clearly.
Can you see me, milady?
Yeah, I can see. I can definitely see you, Canon-kun.
I exist only as a soul now. So I cannot touch you, milady. I cannot do anything except talk to you like this. With my current weak existence, I can do nothing more than that. But I should be able to be of some aid to you, milady.
So, we can only talk? I can't touch you, Kenon-kun?
I am now more fragile than smoke from a candle. So much so that if one of the living such as you were to touch me, I would be wiped away instantly. So please, don't try to touch me. Because I am also holding back my desire to touch you, milady.
Do not screen cap that out of context.
Okay.
More importantly, milady, please listen well. The new Golden Witch has a cruel heart. She surely plans to make you meet with a horrible fate. You must escape from this room and hide.
How? I can't see anything.
Quiet. I will be your eyes, milady. Please move in accordance with my instructions. First, please crawl 3 steps from there, then stand up.
Don't hit your head on desk again.
You are now under the desk, milady. If you stand there, you'll hit your head.
That was under the desk? Okay. 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna stand.
Well done. Next, please turn to face towards 9 o'clock.
I don't think... Okay.
Yes, well done.
I guess if you're thinking in relation to your own body, yeah.
This is pretty embarrassing.
You think so?
Ow, ow.
Are you okay? Does your wound hurt?
No, I'm fine. What next?
Jessica thought that if this was a dream, she didn't want to wake up. And if she were allowed to, she would have wanted to take off the bandage covering her eyes and see him. However, if she did that, Canon might vanish like a frail candle of smoke. Just like he himself had said. Sorry, I got a little... something stuck in my throat. She was afraid of that. So she satisfied herself with just listening to his words once more, repressing her desire to see him, to hold him. Therefore, what hurt her eyes now were tears of gratitude. Tears of gratitude for the god, or maybe the witch, who had given her this miraculous moment.
Is this okay?
Oh,
Is this okay? If we keep talking like this, won't we be noticed by her? Won't our voices be heard?
I have erected a secrecy barrier. As long as we don't make any loud sounds or speak noisily, no one will notice us. That's why people can't tell when I'm around.
Sorry.
I don't really get it, but anyway, we'll be fine as long as we stay quiet, right? What should I do next?
that's crazy that he's just been doing that.
I know. True introverts only.
Please walk 10 steps in that direction. You will touch the sofa. Please continue along that. Do it slowly. Stay calm. Believe in my words.
Sure. It's weird. Even though it's so scary not being able to see, I'm not scared at all if you're with me, Kenon-kun.
Yes, that is the sofa. Trace it to the left while advancing slowly. There is a table just to your left. Be careful not to bump into it with your shins.
It was a very, very strange and bizarre team effort. Even though she would have been killed in an instant if the terrible witch noticed her, there was no fear in Jessica's heart. She was being protected and guided by Canon, someone she thought she'd never be reunited with. It would probably be just a momentary miracle. Even so, Jessica was deeply grateful for it. If she hoped for too much, she was sure that he would disappear, so she tried not to ruin this faint miracle. And trying to engrave this moment into her heart for all eternity, she slowly continued to walk, obeying Canon's voice.
Okay, if you walk 10 more steps, you will exit the servant room. Then, please turn to face 9 o'clock, and keep walking very slowly. Put your hand on the wall to your right, and keep on following that. I will take you to a safe room.
If I go there, will you leave, Canon-kun?
Canon didn't answer, but his lack of an answer was enough to tell her the truth.
Then, no way. I don't want to go.
If you stay here, you will be killed by the witch.
I don't mind. If I'm killed, I can go to the world where you are, Canon-kun.
Milady, please listen to me. The human world is too bright and painful for the dead, like me, so I cannot stay for long. So, milady, please allow me to use what time I am allowed to guide you to a safe place. Because after that, I will stay with you until my time runs out.
Is that the very best you can manage, Canon-kun?
Yes. In exchange, I will stay by your side as long as possible. I will stay with you and talk with you, milady.
Talk about what?
What do you want to talk about?
I don't care what, as long as you're willing to tell me, Canon-kun.
Well then, I will tell you the story of a cowardly servant boy who lacked all courage. The story of a foolish and pitiful boy who fell in love with a young lady as radiant as the sun. Even when the lady confessed those same feelings to him, he lost to his cowardice and was never able to be honest with his feelings while he still lived.
Yes. Then I want to tell you a story too. It's the story of a cowardly girl who couldn't muster the courage to tell the boy she loved how she felt much, much more often. The story of how that girl, after being reunited with that boy by a miracle from God, used that chance to finally muster up her courage.
I also want to hear that. So, for that reason as well, let us go to a safe place.
Yeah. If I could be with you, Canon-kun, I would walk however far, however long it took. I don't need eyes anymore. If you tell me to step forward, I will take that step even if it leads off a cliff.
Thank you. Come, milady. Let us go. The first 10 steps.
No, I don't like it. I won't do it unless you call me Jessica.
Understood. Well then, Jessica, take the first 10 steps.
Yes, Canon-kun.
Very quietly, Jessica and Canon slowly snuck out of the servant room. Just around the corner, the witch could be seen cruelly looking down at Nanjo's corpse, but she didn't even notice their presence. However, Ronave, who stood at the ready by her side, met Canon's eyes. Canon thought, oh no, grimacing and blocking Jessica with his back. However, Ronave did not inform his master. He played dumb, just as though he hadn't spotted Canon in the first place. No, maybe he did appear to chuckle. From a finger on Ronave's hands, which were joined behind his back, a single small gold butterfly appeared, flying in front of Canon as though guiding him. it went unnoticed by the master he served. Kanon was surprised at the magic the butterfly held, because it was far more powerful than the secrecy barrier Kanon possessed. He may not have known it, but that power of his had originally been Ronave's. Kanon's ability was an imitation of that which Kinzo had made and given to him. As that butterfly of secrecy magic scattered gold scales, it grew smaller, bit by bit. It probably wouldn't last long. But without a doubt, even that would buy them enough time to get them far away from the cruel witch.
Okay, milady. Let's follow that wall and keep walking. Keep going. Keep going.
Yeah. If I can be with you, Kanon-kun, I'll keep going. And on and on.
Led and protected by the small gold butterfly, the pair, separated by the wall of life and death, slowly walked away towards the end of the corridor. There was no way that the evil witch could have had the magic to notice their flight. Until they disappeared at the other end of the corridor, the witch didn't realize that Jessica had vanished. By the time the gold butterfly Ronove had sent evaporated completely, Jessica had reached the parlor. Even though it would have been a quick trip if she'd been able to see as she was now, it had been a very long adventure.
Come, milady. We've reached the parlor. I will now take you to the bundle of curtains by the window. If you hide in there, you'll surely be safe.
Inside the curtains. Not bad. I used to hide in there a lot long ago.
Beatrice-sama.
Huh?
Kanon called out the witch's name. Jessica looked around in surprise, but she obviously couldn't spot the witch when she couldn't see. Beato had appeared once again with a faint form. Kanon squared off against the figure of the evil witch, but Beato's expression was soft, or even pitying.
I don't know what sort of whim led you to revive me, nor do I understand what you're thinking now. Oh, it was nothing more than a whim. And no, this is how witches should be. It took me 1,000 years to realize that. That is how foolish it is.
Who is it? Who's there?
Milady, be quiet. She is the witch, Beatrice. I owe her, because she let me be with you one more time.
The witch. Beatrice.
Forget about me. More importantly, you should quickly hide that girl in the shadows of the curtains. You probably do not have much time left. You may spend it having a final conversation with Jessica. A secret meeting inside a bunch of curtains. How clever you two are.
Thank you, Beatrice. Thank you for letting me be with Kanon-kun.
Jessica didn't know where Beato was, so she said that while facing in the wrong direction. Perhaps because she found that funny, Beato snickered.
I will now leave this room to the pair of lovers. Evil witches have no need for tales of love. Allow me to depart. Beatrice-sama, thank you very much. There's no need to thank me. You know that something like this cannot compensate for all of the evil I have done. I offer my gratitude to this good witch as a parting gift. I don't know what has happened before or what will happen later. However, at this very moment, you are without a doubt a good witch. You flatter me, Furniture. The next time we meet, I may be an evil witch who doesn't betray your expectations. And with that, farewell.
Beato left the parlor and closed the door. And, mustering the last of her remaining magical power, she sealed the door. The fact that those two had escaped into here would eventually be noticed. And now that the ninth twilight had been reached, no matter how much they struggled, their inescapable fate had already been decided. However, until that final moment, they should be given the chance to speak with each other of their love. The witch poured out all of her magical power to protect their time together, so that no one would be able to defile their time alone until the last possible moment. At that time, Beato noticed something. Her body had been detected by a magical searching technique. The evil witch's furniture had sniffed this place out.
So, boorishness is the witch's way of doing things after all. To think that she doesn't even intend to let those two young ones speak together of their love.
45, data received. Checking target, confirmed as the predecessor, Lady Beatrice. Analyzing parlor defensive wall. 72 layered, multi-layered defensive wall, attack-proof barrier, and anti-magic armor. Sniping into the parlor will be impossible. Data link to 410.
410, data received, Nahit. Then we've just got to kill Predecessor Sama first, nya. Great Lady Beatrice, your firing permission, please.
Go ahead and shoot. Oh, and avoid her vital areas. There's something I want to ask that old hag.
410, firing. Nahit.
The Chiser sisters' gold bow released a gold snake. It crawled down the corridor, starting from the front of the servant room, aiming for the parlor as it drew a soft snake-like curved line trajectory.
Oh, you already know?
You already know. And pierced Beato's chest. Gold butterflies
What?
gathered. I don't think we've heard this one before.
Yeah.
And the cruel witch appeared along with her furniture.
Oh. Wait. Dance of the Moon Rabbits.
Interesting.
Alright, sorry.
Predecessor Sama, no further obstructions will be permitted.
I didn't think they would be. Still, the Chiser sisters really have gotten rusty.
Oof.
To think that they failed to bring me down.
Oh, okay. No, it was on purpose. Don't worry.
And twice at that.
Okay, the first time was a straight-up failure, so... Ronove spoke in a manner befitting the witch's butler. As she pushed her pain aside, Beato grinned and spoke back.
My apologies, Predecessor Sama. We were ordered to avoid vital areas.
As soon as we get the order, we can pierce you at any time. We can pierce a hole in your ears, a hole in your belly button, any hole you like. Nahit.
I love piercings.
The gold snake that it's like overlaid on top of the weird. The gold snake that had pierced Beatrice grew even longer, drawing a funnel-shaped helix and awaiting its next order. It was prepared to pierce a vital spot as soon as the evil witch told it to.
For what reason would someone like you, who's no less brutal than I, make them avoid my vital areas? No, Beatrice.
Her faces make me laugh every
Yeah?
time.
Yes.
I wanted to ask you something. I don't know what kind of trick you used to escape, but we thought we took you out, right? Why is it that even though you could have escaped by hiding, you took the risk of appearing again? It can't be that you came back just to protect those two young people, right?
Well, who knows?
And just a second ago, why'd you do something as soft as reviving the lovers and reuniting them? The more I hear about you, the more I learn that I don't even reach up to your feet as an incarnation of evil. If you're like that, why did you suddenly start acting so mildly? That's what I wanted to ask. I am brutal, therefore I am fickle. What purpose could questioning that possibly serve? Chiser sisters, sow her!
When she ordered that, the gold snake that was curled in a helix and suspended in space moved as fast as a real snake going after its prey and pierced Beato's body multiple times from both sides, its gold tail drawing an X shape. As the cruel witch had ordered, it drew a cross stitch through Beato's chest. The gold thread made a squeaking sound and tormented Beato. Rather than a gold snake searching for its prey, it waited for orders like a sewing needle ready to sew Beato.
If it's you we're talking about, there's no way it could have been a whim. I've heard about you, and I've learned. You're such an incarnation of evil that I don't even rise up to your feet. I thought I was truly a fitting successor to you. But you've always been in the way. You always say warm, pleasant things that shock me. What changed you? You explored the depths of evil for 1,000 years, and I let you live, because I wanted to know what happened to make you change so much.
Oh,
Whoa,
CG!
the CG.
Dang, look at that.
She's not doing so hot.
No, not. But I mean, incorrect and correct at the same time, but
There's a shadow. That's all I care about. That's all I'm looking at, I promise.
yeah. It's nicely covered when we have the dialogue up.
Yeah.
If you really want to know, then I suggest you waste 1,000 years as well. So what?
Okay.
Beato's chest was once again sewn with a golden cross stitch. It tightened once again, squeezing fresh blood from Beato's chest. The
Dang.
intense pain it caused ran in conflict with its beauty to the eye.
You might be one of those things that disappear when they die and don't leave a corpse. So I'll kill you slowly. But if you answer my questions honestly, I'll let you die easy. I'll give you a splendid, gorgeous death, perfect for my predecessor, Sama. I'll sink you in a coffin filled with water and roses. Isn't that wonderful? And you still won't talk? About the reason for your change of heart? Not answering when she is asked is another one of an evil witch's pleasures. So, twice. Of course you don't have to answer. After all, that way I get to torture you. The endless magic truly is wonderful. When you think about it, this world is limited in every way. The endless cannot exist in the human world. Because gods are without limits, the human world is deprived of all limitlessness, so that they can be looked down upon. So in other words, this endless power is the power of the gods. A wonderful power where the more you play with it, the more fun ways of playing you find. You used that power as you pleased for 1,000 years and went on a rampage. Why are you having a change of heart only now? You aren't going to say you regret handing it over to me, are you? How could I regret it? The endless magic you believe in is no magic at all. True magic lies in a deep abyss that you most certainly cannot reach. And this is what you realized? Then what is it? Wander about for 1,000 years without realizing, foolish witch. So, 3 times this time.
Beato's chest had been embroidered with the gold thread. It tightened even more, causing Beato more and more pain.
Well, that's fine. I'm no longer curious about what kind of revelations an old hag who refuses to die might have had. I'm bored now, so I'll just kill you. If I do, the barrier around the parlor will dissolve. Then I'll torture Canon and Jessica to death a whole bunch of times. Being able to have 2 lovers as my toys at the same time sounds pretty fun, right? Kill her!
Without missing by a millimeter, the gold sewing thread shot through Beato's heart. That intense pain was worse than all the pain before that put together. Beato finally remembered the actual feeling of dying, which she had forgotten over the course of 1,000 years. But she couldn't die. She must not die. If she died, it would mean handing over the two in the parlor to the cruel witch, so she definitely couldn't die. She resolutely refused to die.
No, Beatrice. I have a request. A lovers' meeting between the two in the parlor will not last long. In the amount of time an hourglass can measure, Cannon will probably vanish into the land of the dead. Would you please allow them at least that much time? No way! Isn't tearing apart two who love each other fun? You said it yourself, so I want to try it. In that case, I mustn't allow you that pleasure. Yes, it can be fun tearing apart lovers. Really? I'm sure it is fun. So don't get in my way. So more. So.
For 10, understood.
The merciless gold sewing needle sewed the gold thread through Beato's heart over and over again. However, no matter how much it tightened, that heart did not stop.
This isn't nearly enough. I won't die by something like this. What are you doing? Make this old hag shut up. Kill her quickly. We're killing her. Even though we've sewn her heart in place several times, this person's heart won't stop. Are you immortal? Of course not. I've handed the endless over to you. My heart will not beat many more times. However, if by making it beat just once more, I can give the two in this room a bit more time, I'll continue that resistance for all eternity. So, keep sewing until her heart stops moving.
Epilepsy warning?
Yeah.
Good lord.
Why doesn't she die? It's impossible.
Sorry, I wanted to say, because we actually haven't heard this song before.
Oh.
I believe this one right now is Prison. We have, like, 4 back-to-back never-before-heard songs.
Dang.
Yeah, and the next one is one of the most prominent of all time, so I'm trying to be on top of it, but anyway.
Why isn't her heart stopping, even though it's been sewn in place?
Who cares? We'll make the heart explode from the inside, yeah. How pitiful. And you could have died cleanly if you just hadn't resisted us.
Oh my gosh.
As they said that, even though the gold needle and thread made round trips over and over again, Beato still didn't die. The cruel witch eventually grew pale at how bizarre that was.
What in the world are you? You probably cannot understand. Even I didn't understand. And yet, somehow or another, it seems that this is true magic. In other words, I have now become it. I have become a true witch. Fixing explosion center in heart interior. Fuse preparations ready.
Explode!
There was a terrible sound, and gold leaf was scattered around the area, along with a cloud of gold butterflies. Beato's chest had opened wide from the inside, and from that, gold butterflies and gold leaf poured out, staining the surrounding area gold. Then, Beato's flesh crumpled. Like a puppet whose strings had been cut, she crouched down and crumpled. More puppet verbiage. However, a gold heart tied by gold threads floated in the air and continued to beat.
What the? Eek!
The monster! Yeah! When the Shyster sisters saw that, they fell on their butts in shock. Somehow, even though Beato had become nothing more than a heart, it still kept beating, continuing to protect the barrier to the parlor. It was an immeasurably vast magical power, impossible to measure. In other words, endless.
I'm the Endless Witch, right? Why is this old hag still alive after all this? Shyster sisters, smash that heart! Quickly! It's impossible. My apologies. We can't do it.
Indeed, it probably will be impossible. No number of people could crush that heart. And certainly not the soldiers who serve under His Highness the Dragon King.
In that case, an Endless Witch like me should be able to crush it, right? My power is that of a god.
I am afraid to say that your power cannot leave a single wound on the endless of Beatrice Summer.
Just what do you mean by that?
Just as there can be no light without knowledge of shadows, there can be no infinite without knowledge of the finite. Before Milady Beatrice's true endless power, your frail magic is quite lacking.
What is that?
The cruel witch was surprised and stepped back. It was thinner than a lace curtain, but Beato's form, no, Beatrice's form was still standing there. Even after being laid bare so tragically like this, she refused to let evil through that door. At that time, a shadow just as thin as Beatrice stood behind her. It was Shannon.
Beatrice Summer. Thank you very much. I won't forget what you've done for us. I'll hear those words of yours once the number of my blessings has surpassed the number of grievances I have caused. Was that long enough? Yes. Truly, thank you very much. And Beatrice Summer, you have also done enough. Please, be at peace. Is that so? Is this enough? What's going on? Why are you guys calling that old hag Beatrice? Beatrice is my name, right? It's got to be, since I'm the new Golden Witch and Endless Witch, right? How rude. How dare you claim Beatrice Summer's name?
I am afraid to say that the name of Beatrice Summer belongs to the one crowned as the Endless Witch. Right now, you are the predecessor.
What did you say? Farewell, Shannon. I'm sure I'll see you soon enough. In a new nightmare.
She's layering.
Mm-hmm.
This.
In the nightmare of a new night, I will once again be your companion, Beatrice Summer.
Goes hard. Goes hard, Shannon. Go.
With that,
Shoo! Kanon's new form, not new, what? Kanon's form grew faint, and he disappeared into thin air. After watching him go, Beatrice's form also grew faint, and before disappearing, it slumped over onto the floor. Then there was a splat. The golden heart, which had been floating in midair, lost its sparkle, became bloodstained flesh, and fell to the ground. How frail it was. It was ragged and full of holes, but until a moment ago, it had sparkled so much, had continued to beat so forcefully. That heart still just barely managed to beat. However, it was only a matter of time before it stopped. Beatrice, whose form had become fragile and faint like incense smoke, lay on the floor, steadily watching her own heart. There, the cruel witch could be seen.
Okay. I was double checking. We have moved on to the next new song, and this is considered one of the best songs in the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure because of just how the music is or because when it's used. It is entitled Thanks for Being Born.
Dang.
Yeah. Anyway. What do you mean endless? Aren't you actually collapsed in a heap right there? How can there be a finite infinity? That's a contradiction. It couldn't exist. This is the limit of your magic. The endless is better than the finite.
Beatrice no longer even had the will to respond. No, on the contrary, it was doubtful that the words of the cruel witch even reached her ears.
If you're a real endless witch, try standing up. How's it going? You can't stand, can you? Why do you think you can't stand? It's because you aren't the endless witch.
The cruel witch poked Beatrice's heart with her fingernail. Beatrice had no words with which to respond to that provocation. However, instead of words, she returned a single expression. It felt humiliating only to the cruel witch, because she had gently curved her mouth and smiled. Footsteps were approaching that place. There was no way she had misheard it. That rough squeaking of heels was the sound of Battler's footsteps.
Battler, is it? After talking so tough, I ended up like this. I've been trying to become the true witch you talked about in my own way.
Yeah. I was watching.
Hey, have I been able to become a witch? Have I earned the right to become your opponent?
It's useless. Battler said it unbelievably bluntly. As Beatrice breathed painfully, she saw this and sneered at herself as though she should have expected it.
I see. Yes, the road to becoming a true witch will be much, much longer than this.
However... Oh, that's you. Sorry.
Yeah.
I will not surrender. Just like you never surrendered to my torture, I will definitely become a true witch and be accepted as your opponent.
Yeah, it's useless. It's all useless. You aren't my opponent. The cruel witch raised her foot high. Below it was Beatrice's frail heart.
Die, you old hag! Let's see how endless you are when you've been crushed to a pulp. I'm the witch. I am the golden witch Beatrice. Die!
groan tube sound effect.
Yeah.
Ah, it's useless. It's all useless. Where have these two been? Oh, we're still not even going to them. Okay. Oh, she got pulled in. Uh-oh. Oh, it's so over. It's so over, Beatrice.
What is this? Where is this?
Hit her with the old
big man in the
Himples
dark.
Raven, battler. Get in your seat. Beato isn't my opponent. You are.
Boom. Did you
Yeah.
sound effect?
Battler? What kind of magic is this? Who cares? It doesn't matter. Shyster sisters. 45, understood. Attacking everywhere.
410, understood. Die, battler.
What a line. Attacking everywhere.
The Shyster sisters each readied their own golden bows and fired golden arrows. The two only pulled the bowstring together when using precision guidance. If they were fighting against an enemy before their eyes, they fired their bows at the same time, and their might did not suffer in the slightest. It's useless. It's all useless.
Zen Dameda.
What? It was deflected? There's no barrier! It was deflected by resistance alone! 45! Target analysis!
45, understood. Huh? What? Did I break down? Am I insane? Anti-magic resistance power. Endless 9. Even mythical class magical attacks won't be effective against the target.
My brain is simply so smooth that your attacks will glide right off it. Golden bow warheads could penetrate any magical armor through reciprocal corrosion. When one tried to block them with anti-magic resistance power, even 8 digits were not sufficient to prevent their penetration. By the way, even famous gods that appear in myths rarely reach as high as 9 digits. For that reason, 9 digits were enough to measure pretty much all sensible values. Battler had buried all 9 of those digits within 9s.
How foolish. When the battle summer gets serious, magical arrows and the like aren't enough to even make his hair tremble.
The Shyster sisters dropped their golden bows in shock. To Battler himself, it was as though a pair of dragonflies had flown past his shoulder. What are you doing? Is that some kind of game?
Monster?
Stay back, small fries. Get in your seat, fake witch. I'll tear off that mask of yours. Dang! The Shyster sisters couldn't hide their fear at Battler's ferocity, and they backed up as though they'd been struck. Beatrice watched this scene in shock.
Battler.
It's taking its time with this one. Give it a second. Okay.
She was really thinking.
What is this supposed to be?
Just like you see, you aren't my opponent. She is. That imposter over there who's using your name. I'm fighting against a witch. I face off against an opponent who claims to be a witch, and I deny witches by defeating them. I've seen more than enough of your arrogance. Then Battler's eyes grew as sharp as blades as he stared down the cruel witch. What are you calling magic? What are you calling witches? You're no witch. I'll rip that mask off and tear it to shreds. Virgilia, get ready to fight.
Understood. Preparations are complete, so go whenever you're ready. Beatrice, stay back and rest.
Indeed.
Beato looked at Battler timidly. She still hadn't been acknowledged as his opponent. Was she qualified to watch the game board from the sidelines? Beato, stay back and watch. I'll tear it off. I'll thoroughly dismantle this fake witch. I won't let someone like this call themselves a witch. You protected the honor of true witches. You don't need to say anything. On your behalf, I'll teach her that the name of the Golden Witch definitely isn't that cheap.
Can you just imagine, like, having godlike power, and then suddenly you're ripped from reality?
Yeah.
And they're like, hey, you actually need to defend that power. Like,
Yeah.
there's an authority above you.
Hey, no.
Yeah. Those are the general rules.
Thank you, Ranove.
Even gods are still beholden to the justice system.
I get most of the rules now. I see. You can't win with magic, so you came to face off with me in a world where victory is decided by something other than magic. Foolish people. Do you really think you can win against me with twisted logic?
Yeah, I do. I'll crush all of your twisted logic, Aunt Ava.
I am not Ava. That is the name of the old shell I shed. I am a true witch born inside of her.
Don't try to trick me. Your true form isn't a witch or anything like it, but a flesh and blood human. The human culprit, Ushiromiya Ava. Virgilia, reconstruct the second twilight.
Jarvis.
Understood. On the second twilight, Rosa and Maria were killed in the Rose Garden. We begin by applying the Ava culprit theory for that case.
Dang, he's been planning this whole time. He's been concocting it all behind the scenes.
What is this theme, real quick?
Polka ass music. What?
I believe this is Lost Paradise is the name of this one.
Dang.
Okay.
I'm vibing with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. It's just like, huh? Okay.
Huh? Ridiculous. Come, arise, try to remember. What form did Ushiromiya Hideyoshi have?
What? What's this supposed to be?
It's a summoning of the dead, which can easily bring even the dead up to the stand for testimony.
Dang.
Oh.
On the opposing side, a transparent Uncle Hideyoshi was summoned. Talk about convenient. He looked as though he couldn't see what was going on here, almost like a person on the other side of the TV.
Witness summons Ushiromiya Hideyoshi's testimony. Come, Hideyoshi, speak.
I was taking care of Ava in our room the whole time. Of course, Ava didn't leave the room. Aunt Ava, around here testimony that isn't read isn't worth crap. I demand that he repeats it again in red.
Oh yeah, that's right. Sure, say it in red.
I was in the room the whole time, both before and after the time of the crime. That's not saying she didn't do it at all. That's...
See, look. This makes it impossible for Ava to be the culprit, right?
No.
How will you counter this?
Ridiculous. That move's so lame I could yawn. Beato never used such childish tricks, not even once. Actually, there was the thing with the homicides. She kind of tried to use wordplay on you there, but you caught it pretty quickly. Anyways. Repeat it. Aunt Ava was also in the room the entire time before and after the crime, but also she was directly appealing to his request when he said that instead of trying to beat around the bush like this one was, so fair enough. Uncle Hideyoshi was just there to create an alibi. You made him stay in the room and I thought that said stealthishly. I thought I saw an S there. Stealthily snuck out. If that isn't true, this guy should be able to say so in red.
I refuse to repeat it. Hideyoshi's evidence is sufficient. There's no need for me to repeat that, right?
She has refused. You need show no mercy.
This is check. Yeah, I'll take it. This opponent's slow. Check. Maybe Uncle Hideyoshi didn't leave the room the whole time, but saying he was taking care of you the whole time is a bright red lie. Actually, it's not red, Battler. Therefore, no alibi exists for you. You had a chance to slip out of the room and kill Aunt Rosa and Maria. If you think you can dodge that, try proclaiming in red that Aunt Eva didn't take a step outside of her room. You can't, right? Checkmate.
What the hell? I don't get it.
Sorry, Aunt Eva. Even if you aren't used to the rules, beating your opponent down with all your strength is how this game is played. Right, Beato?
Indeed. This reminds me of that one Russian show where they brought out the kid that played chess to play against the pro.
Anatoly Karpov,
Yeah.
the world champion of chess.
Yes, exactly. I hear you like to play chess. That's right. Well, we brought someone here to play with you. Okay. The witch side resigns. Let us continue on to the next game. Next is the 4th through 6th twilight.
Oh, we're just skipping 3?
Yes.
It seemed that the witch still didn't understand how to make a winning move, and she lost her composure in irritation. She was probably also angry that a shot had been taken at her while she still didn't get what was going on. However, I won't go easy on her at all. Just like she didn't go easy on all the victims, I won't go easy on her.
Also, by the way, a third twilight is Praise My Noble Name.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Virgilia, next crime. Let's reconstruct the case with Dad and the rest. Understood. 3 people, Rudolph, Kyrie, and Hideyoshi, went to the mansion and were killed there. My move won't change. Aunt Eva, you are the culprit. This time, you don't even have an alibi from Uncle Hideyoshi. You claim that you were sleeping in that room all by yourself. But that's not true. If you can proclaim it in red, just try it.
I refuse. So tell me, Eva is just a woman, and the people who died were 3 adults with 2 guns, right? How did she kill them all by herself? How did she do it with those stakes as weapons? Like everyone keeps asking, how is the stake shooting device constructed? Explain that.
I don't gotta explain that. That's called irrelevant evidence.
Unless you can explain it, even if Eva doesn't have an alibi.
Sorry, I
That doesn't
accidentally
mean-
bonked my keyboard.
Oh. That doesn't mean that it was possible for her to commit the murders.
I refuse to explain. It's a devil's proof. Just because I can't explain it, that doesn't deny the existence of unknown murder techniques or maybe an unknown weapon. In short, even if I can't explain how the stake shooting device is constructed, that doesn't prove that it doesn't exist.
What the hell? Does that ridiculousness even count? Your devil's proof is valid.
Agreed. It's a valid devil's proof. Battler-kun can claim that a stake shooting device exists without bearing the responsibility of explaining how it is constructed. The witch side cannot object to this move.
Not bad. How pushy.
Huh. Well, there's this ill-natured witch who trained me well. This is check, okay? Try saying in red that Aunt Eva didn't take a step out of that room. That's right. You shouldn't be able to say it. If you can't say it, it's over. Checkmate.
Her faces keep making me laugh. That's so irrational. This is messed up. Those are the rules of this game. How about some black tea first? And some delicious cookies as well.
Welcome to the other side.
This is that line makes me think of Smiling Friends. Would you like some delicious, or would you like some black tea and delicious cookies while we play chess and solve mysteries?
Yeah.
I don't need all that. Ah, that pisses me off. So you fight like a coward just because you can't win with magic.
Don't get irritated. Drink some black tea or something. I'll take mine straight.
Stureto.
What about you, Beato?
I am fine.
More importantly, Battler, don't let your guard down. Your opponent is only unfamiliar with the rules. This will only really start once your opponent gets the gist of it.
But I'll crush her. I'll thoroughly crush her. Because she isn't a witch.
Oh, I thought they were gonna do it again.
Vine boom sound effect after each I'll crush her.
Umineko boom sound effect.
Yeah. If I accept her as a witch, all your stubbornness will count for nothing. I don't care what kind of irrational argument or twisted logic I have to use. I'll crush her with all my heart and soul. You should know best, Beato, that he is more than capable of this
there
right
it is.
now.
I was gonna say this is the first time he's openly saying it's a family member.
Yeah. Badler's side then stuck with the Eva culprit theory to explain Krauss and Natsuhi. Oh, we're just skipping through. They don't even need us to see it. The 7th and 8th Twilights in the exact same way. At the time, there had been no one on the first floor except for Eva and the victims. As before, no one could establish an alibi for Eva. Back then, Eva had claimed that they'd disappeared while she went to the bathroom, but there was nothing to support that, and the witch side couldn't repeat it in red either. Using the same style of argument as that question regarding the stake shooting machine, the witch side asked once more how Eva could have strangled both of them at the same time all by herself. But of course, Badler splendidly counterattacked by refusing to explain because of the devil's proof.
What a sprite.
Yeah, new Badler sprite unlocked. Under the storm and stress of Badler's spirit, the witch side was completely swallowed up. Having to resign 3 times during the short period of time she had gotten to grasp the rules.
Okay.
I heard that sigh before you had to do it.
I see. Uh-oh. Mirage Coordinator. I know this song anywhere. I didn't even have to scroll and look for it, but anyway. I'm finally starting to get the knack of it. I won't let you have things your own way anymore. This time, let me take the initiative. Ranove, reconstruct the 4th through the 6th Twilights. Pick out Ushiromiya Kyrie. For now, let me return to the murders of Rudolph, Kyrie, and Hideyoshi during the 4th through 6th Twilights.
What is she thinking? Why would she return once more to a situation where she's lost?
I see. This is an unusual attack, and one you do not use. Be careful.
At the time, the survivors were barricaded in the guest house. They didn't have food, but out of concern for their safety, they were at least prepared to go without eating until the next day. However, in the end, 3 of them went out for food.
That's right. In the end, 3 people went outside to get food.
It's a pain, so I'll add in some red and say it. Kyrie didn't think that they needed food, since going without food for about a day wouldn't kill them. She claimed that they should not leave the guest house, and yet she herself suggested that they leave the guest house to get food. Isn't that a contradiction?
Yes, a spectacular contradiction. A contradiction exists in Kyrie's pattern of behavior.
That contradiction was created by me with magic. In other words, I controlled Kyrie using magic and made her say that to lure the sacrifices outside.
Ridiculous! There's no way that kind of magic exists.
It's a devil's proof, right? Just because you don't know about that magic doesn't deny its existence. And I don't bear the responsibility of acting out that magic for you. And yet you have even less room to counter this argument. I wonder if it's okay to fight this way.
Yes, it is truly a spectacular move. Battler-sama, your response, if you please.
This is where we use the tech I was thinking of, Badler. They didn't actually go out for food. They went out to find the gold. That's why Kyrie wanted to leave. That's a weird strategy she's taking. So just what is this?
She has placed a piece attacking Ushiromiya Kyrie's pattern of behavior. As has already been explained, Kyrie's pattern of behavior and her saying that they should not go outside or head to the mansion in order to get food. And yet, she herself took the initiative, taking the contradictory action of going out to get food. Unless you can explain this contradiction, she will use this violent move to claim that magic was the cause. Well, that's probably what Kyrie-san thought in the beginning. But she probably, thought through a few things midway, then changed her mind and decided that food was necessary. It'd be bad if, when things got tough, we were so hungry that we had no energy, and, well... She is claiming that this change of heart was due to magic. In short, while it might be extremely difficult, you must explain the reason for Kyrie's change of heart.
Okay. So this is where we're gonna get really semantic-y.
Mm-hmm.
What are you saying? You're talking about the inside of Kyrie-san's head, right? Can I also summon Kyrie-san's ghost and question her? Beato! Can't you call Kyrie-san here or something?
She cannot. That is a move permitted only to the witch side.
Sorry.
Ah, fuck! Dang, just the hard,
Yeah.
hard, not even,
That's the one that did it.
not even damn, or like it's
Nope.
useless, not the standards, just...
That's the one. Something, I don't know. That's the one that did it.
She was probably, thinking of us kids, and, on the whole, thought that food was necessary, and...
You must present your claim through objective means. You'll need concrete proof that Kyrie changed her mind and decided that food was really necessary for some specific reason. For example, if someone heard her say that, or if it was written down somewhere.
The battler doing just then the makes me think of like Beatrice making a meme that's like, see, look, I made you
yeah.
the soy jack and
I'm
the
the
Chad.
Chad, yeah.
Anyway. Too bad. The reason she changed her mind was not passed on to anyone, nor was it written down.
That's pretty much what this move was. That...
Yeah. Therefore, you can only speculate as to what was inside Kyrie's mind. So it's impossible to explain. You don't have a single counter to my move.
Again, Battler, you gotta think outside the box. Don't think about the food, think about what other reasons she might have had for leaving.
Isn't it your turn to resign now, Battler-kun?
It is possible to hypothesize endlessly as to the reason behind her change of heart, and it is impossible to crush all of those endless possibilities.
A detestably spectacular move. If Battler-sama were to have a method of countering, it could probably only be that move. What move is that? Well, I wonder what kind of move it could be. I have the feeling that it was Milady's specialty, but I cannot remember.
Temple's Raven? I don't...
Even Beatrice is like, quit being stingy and tell me.
Beatrice, no answers will be given to those who stop thinking for themselves. Think.
Real.
Think in your own way.
That line right there is enough for the entire fan base.
That is, yes, that is Umineko in a nutshell. No answers will be given to those who stop thinking.
Oh.
Why don't you resign right now? And I'll corner you even more with Red. Until the last instant before she died, Kyrie's behavior pattern of not going to get food equals not going to the mansion was maintained. And yet she took the initiative and headed towards the mansion. She was pushing a cart ready to carry food. Why that contradiction?
She was pushing a cart ready to carry gold.
What was even that? Did you see that for a minute?
Yeah.
The triple dots, the ellipses? Because I controlled her with magic. This is proof that my magic exists and that I am a witch.
Shut the hell up. Are you saying that she never even changed her mind? That the whole time until she died, Kyrie-san thought we don't need food and we won't go to the mansion. Then why did she step forward herself and say that they should go to get food and go to the mansion? Are you saying that Kyrie-san was being controlled with magic? That's stupid. How should I break through this magic? If only Kyrie were here and she just told us the reason behind her change of heart. No, I've already been told and read that she never even changed her mind. What should I do? There's no move that the human side can counter with.
The more I learn about this game, the more advantageous the rules seem for the witch, right? Even if I lose in a lot of areas, if I can win in just one, that alone can display the existence of a witch. In other words, Battler-kun has no way of denying witches other than a complete victory.
Oh, we're not done yet. Hold your horses, lady.
How truly funny that even though you thought you could corner me and call me Eva, it's all been spun around by nothing more than the inside of your respected Kyrie-san's head, right? Do it, or just do it, resign. If only you just accept it. Say the line. If only you just lose. Oh.
Damn it! It's impossible for a human to prove. I can't do anything but guess at what the dead were thinking when they acted. Furthermore, I can't deny the magic based on conjecture alone. To break through it, I need objective proof as to why Kyrie-san had a change of heart. But damn it. It's been said and read that no proof exists as to why she changed her mind and wanted food. What should I do? Damn it! Damn it!
I just gotta say as well, isn't it crazy that for all the fight scenes we've had in this, which have been pretty great in their own right, that this is just as good as those? Even though it's just them doing logic.
This is a fight in its own way.
Yes, I love that. I love that Umineko can even do that. Anyway. Battler-sama, is this your resignation?
Not going to get food equals not going to the mansion. Then how should I understand Kyrie-san's thoughts, which actually do contradict each other? Because she wasn't going to get food. She was going to get something other than food, which means going to the mansion.
I was taking a sip.
You can't understand. It's impossible to understand and impossible to interpret. That darkness is all of the witch. Come on, it's useless to think, so quit, okay? You just can't deny witches. After all, I exist right here. I am the Golden Witch. I stole that name from the former witch over there. You can't deny that I am Beatrice.
Damn it! You have no right to use that name. And yet, I can't think of a move to deny it. Battler could no longer counter this witch who was laughing insanely in triumph. He didn't want to give up, but no move appeared. He ground his teeth, making fists with both hands. But even so, he couldn't think of a brilliant counterattack.
Battler-sama, your time limit is over, so will you resign?
There's a time limit? There's... Are we gonna go back to regular for a minute, or what was happening here? What's going on? No? Okay. The human side has no move in response. It will resist...
Wait! There is a counter.
What did you say?
Huh? What kind of move could possibly exist, Predecessor-sama? Won't you tell me what kind of move could deny this magic of Beatrice's? You can't. It's impossible. If the proposition... If the proposition that not going to get food equals not going to the mansion cannot be explained by itself, I will explain it with the contrapositive.
The contrapositive.
In short, you can also explain it with she still went to the mansion equals she had a goal other than food.
Thank you, Beato. Thank you.
This is less my specialty, Hempel's Raven, than it is Battler's specialty, chessboard thinking. If it was impossible for Kyrie to have gone to the mansion with food as a goal, then we can only explain it by saying she had another reason that caused her to go outside despite that. In other words, if we can prove that she had such a goal, we can defeat this magic.
I see. So she didn't go to the mansion with food as a goal, but she had a different goal. And she said she wanted to go and get food in order to disguise her real goal. True enough, it might be possible to find an explanation that way. But how?
I'm trying to figure out what song this is. This might be Dread of the Grave, More Fear, a sequel song for Battler. It's a combo song! Anyway.
Teacher, reconstruct the scene of Kyrie's death. We cannot summon a ghost, but inspecting the corpse ought to be a right allowed to the human side.
If these two are working together, you're so cooked. It's over.
Yes, there is no problem. I shall reconstruct the scene where Ushiromiya Kirie died. We cannot call Kirie's ghost here, but by finding out what Kirie left behind, we may be able to use that as a weapon.
Fine, search as much as you want. There's no way you'll learn anything. I just said it in red a short while ago. Kirie did not leave anything written down. No matter what you find, how could you possibly figure anything out? We may find nothing, but Battler is grinding his teeth, fighting to think of a move to break through you. This is all that I can do.
Oh, she's there. Yeah.
Okay.
Beatrice landed on her feet in the reconstructed hall, approached Kirie's corpse, and wandered about, observing.
I'm completely clueless when it comes to fighting on the human side. We need to find evidence, right? Then what should I search for?
It's so weird. It's
The great Lady Beatrice is getting down on her knees and crawling around. And she's even indecently searching a corpse. That look suits you. Say whatever you wish. I cannot do any more than this. I cannot how I am despised. However, I cannot throw Battler away as he is fighting for my honor.
What a gentleman.
Even if I...
yeah, okay.
Even if I must crawl on the ground and search through dead flesh, I must answer to that responsibility.
Bathed in the witch's sneers, Beato searched through Kirie's corpse. She fished through the pockets, taking what was inside out and laying it on the floor. Laid on the floor was a handkerchief, tissue, a key to her house, the stub of a boat ticket, a lighter, a cigarette butt, and a single 100-yen coin. 500 cigarettes. There was no special suspicious object. Although Beato was down on all fours and being sneered at, that was all she could find. You seen that meme, the 500 cigarettes meme?
No.
That's a new meme.
Oh.
Oh, go ahead. I'll explain it later. I'll explain it to you later.
All right. That was really funny.
What's with that seedy-looking trash? How do you think you can break my magic with that stuff? Worthless, worthless, are you a moron? How can you be so lame and right after you cut in between us talking so tough? Ah, how pathetic, how embarrassing. If only you just give up and die.
The witch fell over laughing, lambasting Beato. Beato hung her head, trying to withstand this shame.
Milady, are you finished with your inspection?
Indeed. I will not find any more than this.
Can you make a counter from this evidence? If not, then the human side must resign.
Can Battler make a counter?
Obviously, you don't have any room to argue back. I am a witch. You cannot break through my magic. You are no longer anything but a former witch. A loser who isn't even allowed to take the name Beatrice anymore. Come on, pile up as much trash and rubbish as you like and just try to break my magic. You can't, right? You can't, can you? And why is that? It's because I'm a witch. It's because you're just a loser without a name. Something should be here. I won't lose heart. I will not lose heart. No matter how much I am sneered at, Battler is fighting for my honor. So for the sake of his honor, I must not lose heart.
As Beato held back tears at the words of humiliation she was being showered with, she tried to find if Kirie was holding something else, to find something that could save Battler from his plight, searching earnestly. However, nothing more came up.
Damn it. Please. Ushiromiya Kirie. You must save your son from his plight. Please, after death, lend me power for his sake.
However, Kyrie's body did not answer. It was only natural that a corpse would remain silent. No dead person existed that would answer Beato, who had lost the endless magic.
It's pointless, pointless, pointless! Toying with the dead is a privilege only for witches. For you, who is neither a witch nor even a human, no one exists who will lend a hand. You'll be alone for all eternity. You have no witch or human allies, and no one will save you. If that's frustrating, why don't you cry? If only you just apologize, saying, "I'm sorry, I'm so useless." Sorry, Bata. I couldn't help you at all.
No, that's enough. Thanks, Beato. I won't waste your efforts.
I don't need consoling. Just how could you possibly argue back with this pile of rubbish? Just how could you possibly strike back with this rubbish I scraped together while she stared at me?
In front of Beato, who was still crawling on all fours and hitting the pile of objects Kyrie had left behind with her fist, Battler also crouched. And, after patting her on the shoulder in thanks, he moved that hand to the ground, picked up the cigarette butt, and held it up over his head. 500 cigarettes.
Mm-hmm. What are you trying to say with that trash?
Kyrie-san doesn't smoke. But Kyrie also had a lighter on her. True, she didn't have an actual box of cigarettes, but at a glance it naturally looked as though Kyrie had a smoking habit. Dad smoked, but Kyrie didn't. But she did walk around with just a lighter to light Dad's cigarettes.
Huh. So what? If the husband smoked, then even if the wife didn't, it wouldn't be strange for her to be holding a cigarette. Maybe she just picked up the cigarette butt of her husband, who had bad smoking manners. What are you trying to say? What does this have to do with my magic? Nothing at all.
I'll say more. This is a different brand of cigarette than what Dad smokes. Sorry, Beato. Could you look in the pockets of Dad's corpse, too?
Indeed. You mean this?
Checking the brand. The brand is different from the cigarette butt. The cigarette butt Kyrie is holding is not of the same brand that Rudolph smokes.
And so what? Maybe Kyrie is just a good girl who likes things to be clean, so she couldn't leave a fallen cigarette butt alone and picked it up. I wouldn't, though.
Just had to add that in there.
Yeah.
Beato, sorry, but one more time, please. Uncle Hideyoshi's pockets. In this family, only Dad and Hideyoshi smoke cigarettes.
It's here. Is this it?
Beato found a cigarette box in Hideyoshi's pocket, took a single one out and held it up. Checking the brand, we acknowledge that the cigarette butt is of the same brand that Hideyoshi smokes.
And so what? How can you break my magic because you found Hideyoshi's cigarette butt in Kyrie's pocket?
That's right. This cigarette butt is a message from Kyrie-san. No, this cigarette butt itself is the reason that Kyrie-san left the guest house. Beato, thank you. If you hadn't found this, I wouldn't have given up here. Or I would have given up here, excuse me. Virgilia, reconstruct the situation. The guest house after it came to light that Aunt Rosa and Maria had been killed on the second twilight. Understood. Reconstructing now. After Rosa and Maria's deaths, the remaining survivors rechecked all the doors and windows in the mansion. They constructed a barricade. They reconfirmed that their defenses were solid.
There's nothing suspicious about that at all. What are you trying to say? Why you bring up the second twilight when we're talking about the fourth twilight and after?
Dad carried a portable cigarette butt holder with him. I'm finally starting to see why Kyrie-san went out of her way to put a cigarette butt in her own pocket. It was because that cigarette butt meant something. That cigarette butt was itself a message left by Kyrie-san for us.
Then let's hear it. How do you plan to deny me with that single cigarette butt?
As we've heard, after the second twilight, an inspection was done on all the rooms in the guest house. At that time, Kyrie-san found something that shouldn't exist in a place where it shouldn't be.
Something that shouldn't exist? What do you mean by that?
It's this cigarette butt. This was set in the ashtray of the guest room that Uncle Hideyoshi was in.
What? What's wrong with there being a cigarette butt in an ashtray? Are you sure there isn't something wrong with your head?
Aunt Eva hated smoking. There's no way there'd be a cigarette butt there while Aunt Eva was sick and sleeping. However, there was a cigarette butt in the ashtray. When she saw that, Kyrie-san noticed immediately Uncle Hideyoshi was lying. She realized that Aunt Eva hadn't really been sleeping and that she'd snuck out of the room. Repeat it. This cigarette butt was crushed out in the ashtray of the room where Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi were resting.
I refuse.
I finally got it. Thank you, Beato.
Was I of some use?
Yeah, you were. Tear it. We'll tear the mask off the fake witch. From that cigarette butt, Kyrie realized that Hideyoshi was creating an alibi for Eva's sake. Hideyoshi had been tasked with watching over the room to create an alibi, and during that time he was unable to withstand the tension and smoked. Then Kyrie had confessed that to Rudolph. She confessed that there was a good chance Eva was the culprit and Hideyoshi was an accomplice. Next, Kyrie-san proposed that they go to get food. She then asked Uncle Hideyoshi to lend a hand. This could only mean one thing. Kyrie-san planned to isolate Uncle Hideyoshi and question him about the truth.
Your Himble's raven is valid. Unless the witch side counters this move, the existence of the magic that supposedly controlled Kyrie has been denied.
What did you say? I deny it. Anyway, I deny it. It wasn't me, no. It wasn't Ushiromiya Eva. Eva was sleeping in her room.
Then try saying it. Yeah, you can't say it. You can't say it this time either. Repeat it. At that time, Ushiromiya Eva did not take a step outside her room.
What the hell is that? I'm the one who was attacking, right? Why am I the one being attacked now? When did offense and defense get reversed? I'm the one questioning you, right? The witch, me, so why?
Again! Repeat it! Ushiromiya Eva did not leave the room. There's no way you can say it. It's checkmate!
Does the witch side have a move in response?
There cannot be one. There is no truth that can be accepted from a false witch dressed up with truths and falsehoods.
Even Virgilia's getting into it.
You aren't qualified to call yourself a real witch. You aren't the Golden Witch. You're a human. Ushiromiya Eva!
Ah!
The witch howled. Her entire body was burned with the tremendous heat that denied her own magic and existence, and she let out a howl like a dragon. Her body flickered repeatedly, flashing as though Ava's figure and the witch's figure overlapped.
Do it.
However, that yell was sucked into the flicker, making it return to the original form of the cruel witch.
Sure. If you want to call me Ushiromiya Eva, then go ahead and do that.
That's right. I actually can't repulse all moves related to Ushiromiya Eva being the culprit. I may have been dragged down from the position of Golden Witch, and you might call me Ushiromiya Eva now. But you know what? That by itself doesn't mean that witches and magic have been denied. I'll teach you starting now. I'll teach you that I am not Ushiromiya Eva, nor a human, but a real witch. Take a look at this red truth.
Is it coming?
When
Okay,
the witch
not yet.
clapped her hands, time advanced in the world of the game board. Battler and Eva dashed to the front of the parlor, calling out Jessica's name. Okay, dang, we're finally back in here. They were searching for Jessica because they had gone to the servant room, found Nanjo's corpse, and didn't know where Jessica was. So, what's your point? What are you trying to say?
You couldn't be. Oh no.
Beato went pale. In other words, the move the evil witch was about to make was bad enough to make even Beato go pale.
We're getting to something pretty cool. Okay.
And this time, I'll give you a fatal move that you won't be able to talk yourself out of. No, I'll make this move against all humans who support you. Listen carefully to my move. Stop it. That move is...
Beato, stay back! I'll take it! Come on, you fake witch!
Are you ready, Levi?
Probably not.
After Jessica was injured, Ava was constantly under Battler's supervision. Battler is neither the culprit nor an accomplice. By this, we can establish a perfect alibi for Ava.
What?
I'll seal you, and humans as well, in a red barrier that most certainly cannot be escaped from. Farewell, lowly humans.
I'm thinking.
Sleep for all eternity in an absolute closed room of magic with no exits. Come on, listen carefully. Listen to the red truth. There are no more than 18 humans on this island. Throw away your foolish thoughts of mysterious people hiding and committing crimes. But if I say it that way, you might also suspect animal culprits. I couldn't stand to hear some irrational theory about how an orangutan trained to commit murder wouldn't count as a human.
What?
So I'll change it like this. No life forms other than humans have any connection to this game. That's how it is. Next, I'll explain the situation of all 18 people who exist on this island. Kinzo is dead, Krauss is dead, Natsuhi is dead, Hideyoshi is dead, George is dead, Rudolph is dead, Kyrie is dead, Rosa is dead, Maria is dead, Genji is dead, Shannon is dead, Kanon is dead, Goda is dead, Kumasawa is dead, Nanjo is dead. Those 15 are all dead. And Battler is alive. Ava is alive. Jessica is alive. That's everyone, all 18 of them.
Jessica simply killed Nanjo in a fit of rage.
Which means that when the last victim, Nanjo, died, only 3 people, Battler, Ava, and Jessica, were alive, right?
Well, what did you say? Damn it, you don't mean...
Ava was with you the whole time, so committing a crime was impossible for her. Of course, Battler-kun isn't the culprit. He wasn't forging an alibi for her, and he took the possibility that she was the culprit into account, watching over her actions carefully. No chance existed for her to do anything suspicious. In short, at the time of the crime, only Nanjo and Jessica were in the servant room. And I know what you're thinking. Your next move will be this, right? There's also a chance that Jessica is the culprit.
Okay.
But too bad, I'll slice it up in red before you try. Ushiromiya Jessica has not committed murder. She was not involved with Nanjo's murder. Her eyes were completely covered. It'd be impossible for her to carry out a murder like that. And here's a bonus. Neither Ava nor Battler killed Nanjo, nor were they involved.
Nanjo simply committed suicide. Wait a second. That doesn't make sense. There were only 3 humans, then a murder occurs, and none of those 3 were involved? That's insane.
I'll state it clearly. The culprit who killed Nanjo was neither Battler nor Ava nor Jessica.
It was Nanjo.
In other words, it wasn't one of the survivors. Get it?
No, that's right. What about multiple personalities? Just like how you were originally another personality of Aunt Eva's. Let's say Jessica had another witch-like personality, which took the name of someone other than Jessica and killed Dr. Nanjo.
Moron. I've already said it in red. Jessica's eyes were completely covered and murder was impossible for her. No matter what kind of personality she was possessed by, murder could not be carried out with her body. I wonder if you'll be satisfied if I say it this way. No actions caused by Jessica's body had any relation to or influence on the murder of Nanjo. This also applies to Battler and Eva. In other words, no matter how much you try to struggle and interpret it, neither Jessica nor Battler nor Eva is the culprit who killed Nanjo.
You've gotta be kidding me. I mean, everyone else is definitely dead, right? Then all that's left is the Dr. Nanjo suicide theory, right? There we go. And the trap theory. The culprit was already dead, but a trap that they had already prepared went off.
Nanjo's death was a homicide.
Okay.
Of course, it was with a direct method of murder, not a trap. A weapon was readied and he was killed with it from point-blank range in front of him. The culprit appeared openly before Nanjo's eyes, and as they both looked at each other's faces, the culprit killed him.
Oh, this is tough. But wait! There are only 3 survivors. You said in red that everyone else is dead. You basically confirmed that the life or death status of all 18 people. Furthermore, the existence of a 19th person has already been denied in red. In other words, no one can exist except the 3 survivors, and yet a 4th person other than those 3 appeared before Dr. Nanjo. How could a person other than us appear and murder Dr. Nanjo when no 19th person exists? Insane! You're lying. You're lying with the red.
The red only tells the truth. Isn't doubting that the same as betraying the honor of that witch who's behind you, shriveling up in fear of me and hiding behind your back?
Damn it!
Right now, I'll state it clearly. The one who appeared in front of Nanjo was me, a witch. The golden witch who can't be explained away with the 18 humans.
Virgilia! Runaway! Isn't there a contradiction in this situation? Is she really telling the truth with red?
Yes. Her red truth is valid.
What an elaborate and precise cornering.
How should I make a move against her? Virgilia, aren't there any moves?
I cannot think of anything.
And you, Runaway?
My apologies. However, in these last 1,000 years, I have never seen such an elaborately beautiful game board layout.
I hate to admit it, but it's beautiful. What a beautiful duet checkmate made in red.
The witch's teacher and the demon butler were both stunned, and an expression of ecstasy rose to their faces. Forget surrendering. They were impressed at this perfect checkmate, which simply had to be admired. When people accept defeat from the bottom of their hearts, it gives rise to neither regrets nor humiliation. Nothing is born except feelings of respect. I no longer knew what was what anymore. There were absolutely no weak points in her red. She had said in red that all 15 people had died. She had said in red that no people existed other than the 18. In other words, no more than 3 people, me, Jessica, Aunt Eva, existed. And even though none of those 3 people were the culprit, Dr. Nanjo was killed. And without a doubt, Dr. Nanjo's death was a homicide. He was murdered by that person, openly, from in front of him. And she's saying that that person is a witch?
The culprit who killed Nanjo was not an animal or anything of the sort. That has already been dealt with in red, right? Everything other than humans has been completely removed from consideration. Even things like robots don't work. Absolutely no factors other than humans participated in this game board. Therefore, I can also say this. The one who killed Nanjo was definitely a human.
Well, then you just contradicted yourself, didn't you?
A human with their feet on the ground held up a weapon and killed with it, right before his eyes. However, the human may have been able to use magic. In other words, it was a witch. In other words, it was me, the Golden Witch Beatrice.
But then there would be 19 people. If you were human, there would be 19 humans. Okay. Even as Badler ground his teeth, his knees hit the floor with a thunk. His soul still refused to surrender. However, his knees had already started to accept surrender.
Oh, did you kneel? That's right, you're already starting to understand. The Golden Witch does exist, and that Golden Witch Beatrice is me. Come on, praise me. Now praise the resurrection of a true witch. Now praise the resurrection of the Golden Witch Beatrice. On the 9th twilight the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive.
Damn it! I don't understand. After being so thoroughly immobilized by the red, I don't have a clue anymore.
Battler, don't lose heart. You and I promised that we would fight each other again, right? Will you surrender here? Will you disappear in a place like this before fighting with me again?
I don't want to break that promise. However, I can't think of any move to deny her. In the first place, this isn't even a puzzle. Nothing exists outside the suspects, and all the suspects are innocent. I was told that they were innocent in red, right? And also that it was a real homicide, and that the culprit was human, and that they did appear before Dr. Nanjo's eyes and kill him. I give up. There's nothing I can do.
Please, Battler, don't give up. Don't lose heart. If you stop thinking, it automatically becomes your loss. I'm begging you, don't lose heart. I'm also cheering you on, so don't lose.
I can't think of anything anymore. I find myself thinking she's got to be a witch who must have done it with magic, which makes all thinking pointless. It's useless. My head hurts. My brain's tired. I'm starting to think that thinking's pointless, so I should just stop.
Battler, listen. In the game of chess, both sides do all they can to make the other lose, so a single game takes a long period of time. However, if one side throws away victory from the beginning and makes moves harmful to themselves, the game can end in the blink of an eye. That is called a fool's mate.
A fool's mate is, simply put, a strange way of playing chess in which the fastest methods of losing are considered. Opening the arena in front of your own king and inviting the opponent's queen in. Even though the average game time in chess is several hours, a game can be resolved in a scant 4 moves. In other words, if both sides try to win in a fight, they are compelled to take a painfully long period of time. But if one side decides to lose, the game can be ended far too easily, at any time.
When the human side stops thinking, it hands the problem before its eyes over to the witch. And even an apple falling from a tree can be immediately resolved as the work of magic. It is the same for the witch's side. Witches use the red truth. By using that, they can explain the true form of magic with humans and immediately lose.
You don't have to tell me that. You're telling me to not stop thinking, right? However, how should I counterattack that person's perfect bright red move? For me, for humans, it's no longer possible.
Is it impossible? Is it really impossible for you, Battler? Please, don't lose heart.
Sorry. I've reached my limit. Badler scratched at the floor, crying heavily. Beato watched that with a distressed face. Then she stood up and spoke to the witch.
I will make a move as a counter to yours.
Huh? I wonder just how you plan to cut up this perfect checkmate.
How can this checkmate, one totally impossible for humans to break, be defeated by the likes of you?
Beatrice, you don't mean to.
Indeed. If a human cannot make a move, I will assault you with a move I can use precisely because I am a witch.
A move you can use because you're a witch? Well, what are you planning to do?
I will use the red to deny witches.
Beatrice!
Milady,
The teacher and the butler were both startled. I also immediately understood what it meant. To use the red, that only witches could use. To use the red to deny witches. It was like using her own sword to slit her own throat.
What? Hey, what are you saying? Deny witches with red? Quit talking like an idiot. If you do that, you won't get away unscathed either. You are not a witch, and I am not a witch either. The road to becoming a true witch is difficult, and I have much, much farther to go. Very well then. Right here, right now, there have never been any witches in the first place. I will strip this deception away myself. Aren't both of us real, obvious witches? Being able to use red is itself proof of witches. I don't know what the definition of a witch is to you, but if you think that you alone will be able to get away unscathed, then how could I make such a mistake? I care not. What did you say? I never did manage to become a witch. I've done nothing more than finally begin walking down the road to becoming a true witch. If what I am right now is a witch, then I'm a false witch like you, one who is merely drunk on power. Rather than existing in that shabby form, I shall erase this form of mine along with you, without any regrets. Are you insane? Stop it! I still want to be a witch. I hate being human.
a witch summer, please return to your seat. Please receive the human science counter from your seat.
What are you doing? Let go of me. Don't let that woman use the red. Make her stop. Let go!
As the witch stood from her seat and tried to spring upon Beato, Ranove pressed down on both of her shoulders, forcing her back into her seat. And even after that, he didn't remove his hands from those shoulders. Denying witches was the same thing as denying magic. That included demons, such as Ranove. However, instead of running away, Ranove chose to act as the facilitator for the game, and to carry out that duty for his master's sake.
Beatrice, you have no regrets, right?
That's my line. Sorry, teacher. Even though you taught me so much about fun magic and magic that brings happiness, I wasn't able to use it well at all. So I'll study from square one and start over again. I am truly sorry that you had to suffer for your stupid disciple's misconduct.
I had a good disciple in the very end. Go. Do what you believe in.
I don't have a clue what you guys are talking about, but I do understand one thing, and I can say this. Beato, I don't know what you're trying to do, but stop trying to do it.
You have no moves, but I have one. If we let that move get away, she will be revived as a witch in the truest sense, and this time she will control this whole island. All nightmares will be hers to do with as she pleases, and this island will fall into the deepest hell of the evil witch's repeating delusions for all eternity. Can you permit that? Don't you care if your dear relatives are toyed with for all eternity in that witch's nightmare?
Still, you shouldn't have to sacrifice yourself. This is a game between me and her. You shouldn't have to make your move and sacrifice yourself. I'll think of something. I'll surely think of a miraculous move. So don't rush into it. Damn it! I'll definitely think of one. So don't rush into it.
This game is cruel. The time limit for your consideration has already run out. I am now the only one who can do it. Calm yourself, Battler. I'll defeat her. I'll defeat that cruel witch with my own hands.
Wait, Beato. Stop it. Quit it. There's absolutely no need for you to sacrifice yourself.
Weren't you fighting to deny me? What a strange person.
Let that child do as she likes, and please, watch her until the end.
But
Battler, there's only one thing I ask. Would you cover your ears?
my ears? Why?
Starting now, I will deny witches in red. I will slice up the game board that she has laid out with her red. By doing that, I will probably lose my form as a witch as well. If you also hear the red truth I speak, you will understand my true form. If you alone cover your ears, that truth will not change at all. However, even so, I want you alone to cover your ears. I at least want to be a witch, in your eyes. Please.
Beatrice, there are no problems on the witch side. Please, your move.
Let go! I won't let you get away with this either, okay? She's insane! Do you plan on dying and taking us with you? Stop it! Don't deny it! Stop it! How unsightly for a golden witch. Okay, are you ready? I will remove your check in Battler's stead. What happened on the chessboard where 15 died and only 3 remained? Starting now, I will expose it in red. With that red truth, I will pierce and kill both fake witches.
Beato turned around and smiled at Battler. Most likely, no one would believe that the witch who had gone to the limits of cruelty would try to leave a smile as the last expression she showed Battler. And that smile signified her last wish, that she wanted him to cover his ears. Denying witches in red was the same as knowing her shabby form. Battler put both of his hands against his ears to protect her final bit of honor as a witch. He put his hands against his ears, rejecting the truth. And he howled, so that not even a bit of what she was saying would slip into his ears. Okay, I know this is supposed to be a really touching moment, but that imagery is really funny.
Yeah.
Of him just yelling.
Mm-hmm. They're trying to have a game.
After that was a world where Battler could hear nothing. Beato was saying something in red. Even the evil witch covered her ears at those bitter contents. That was the red truth. Words of power. Words that denied her own existence. Unique words that only witches could use, which denied witches. Beato spoke. With the red truth, she cut up the bright red game board that the witch had released. She explained difficult problems that could not be solved by humans with moves that could only be solved by witches, and began cornering the witch. The truth that Battler was not permitted to hear. If Battler had broken his promise and sneakily eavesdropped, in an instant Battler would probably have been able to become the victor in this game with Beato. He would probably have understood all the riddles on the island, all of the magic and tricks, closed rooms, spells, curses, legends, and this entire tale of anger and sadness. However, Battler would only learn what that was when he reached the truth by himself. Yeah, we got 5 more episodes to get through, people. We can't learn yet.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. From the beginning, Beatrice had wished that Battler would reach that truth by himself. It was something one shouldn't reach by being told it. It was a truth that Battler would have to drag himself to by his own power. A brilliant light gathered with Beato and the evil witch at the center, and grew gradually stronger. It was the power of truth. Its heat and brilliance, like the sun, shone on all the falsehoods that hid in the darkness, trying to deceive, and burnt them to nothing.
Why? Why can you die? Why can you throw away your life when you have such incredible power? You who holds the power to control gold, magic, and everything at will. Why can you so readily throw that away? Learn that even with a mountain of gold, even with magic to split the sea, there are some things you can never obtain. Come, show yourself. Show your true form. Ushiromiya Eva!
When the sun exploded and blew everything away, Eva could be seen there, holding a gun. You're the culprit, Aunt Eva.
It took you long enough to notice, Battler-kun.
Without any hesitation or mercy, Eva raised her gun and pulled the trigger. As an explosive shot rang out, Battler's heart was shot through and he fell to the floor. After going into convulsions for a short time...
Dang,
Excuse
the
me for
tips
1
menu
second.
even Updated. Yeah.
Shot
Rare
to
to
death
see
by
this.
Ushiromi Eva inside the mansion. The weapon was a Winchester from Kinzo's collection. Jessica lost her eyesight alone with Battler. Wolves and sheep puzzle.
Ooh.
Dang. After going into convulsions for a short time, with blood dripping from his mouth, Battler died. But in his last moments, he realized without a doubt that she was a murderer. And not just for killing him. There have been many murders, and I don't have a clue how they were carried out. However, while my ears were covered, Beato exposed all of them with the red, blasting away all magic. In other words, even though I didn't understand it, was that nothing more or less than proof that magic can all be explained with humans? Beato made me cover my ears, so I myself don't know the whole truth. However, now that it's been denied and read, I can see one fact which is extremely unfair for us, that it is possible to deny all magic. So, in other words, no. I must not think of that. If I do, then the time I spent covering my ears would be made pointless. If I'm going to regret, I can only regret my own actions. If at that time I thought of some move to spin things around and counter the witch's final move, there would have been no need for Beato to sacrifice herself. It was my own worthlessness that brought about this conclusion. Hello? Oh. Even though it was a pitch-black world where nothing could be seen, for some reason, I felt Beato's presence right next to me. So I tried calling out to her. You can exchange words with someone whether they're a human or a witch, so even in a world where witches have been denied, I should be allowed to talk to her. Beato?
Battler, is it? It is done. I did it.
Yeah. I didn't hear it, but I watched you until the very end. I definitely saw you boldly stand up to that evil witch.
With this, I am no longer a witch. But I will definitely become a witch again. And then, I will make it so that I can be called the Golden Witch again. And once again, return. So that I can be accepted as your opponent.
No. You were a witch.
Huh?
I saw it. when you took that evil witch and blew her away with that awesome magic exposing her true form, I saw it with my own eyes.
But that wasn't magic. But the red...
No, it was magic. You were definitely the Golden Witch. Even if you deny it yourself, I'll acknowledge it. You are definitely the Golden Witch. When Battler said those words, in the world that had been dark, there was suddenly a single grain. A small grain of gold like a wheat seed shone brightly, and even though it was small, it had a strong, gold-colored sparkle. Then it shone on the two of them, sitting with their backs together, so that they each became aware of their own form. They did not exist only as consciousness. They became aware that they had bodies and definitely existed. No, perhaps we should say that they had each been given an existence to call a body. When Battler looked at his own form, he wasn't that surprised. But when Beato looked at her own form, she was a little startled. From Battler's perspective, she looked just like normal. But for a short while, she was surprised by that form.
What is going on?
The sparkle from that grain of light is slowly getting stronger. The grain of wheat was no longer simply gold-colored, but was like the light of the sun. Then, it softly began to approach Beato's chest. When that grain of the sun was sucked inside her chest... Huh? What a noise.
Yeah.
The world was wrapped in a deep blue sky, and then a deep blue ocean was spread out below them.
Deep blue.
It's blue, guys. It's blue! An island rose up, trees sprouted and created a forest, walls surrounded us, and a ceiling swallowed us. And was adorned with more and more things, made to be like the hall in the Ushiromiya mansion. In the middle of the fantastical hall where many gold butterflies beat their wings, many tables were set up with white tablecloths like it was a party. And beautiful cooking and fruits were set out, and over there were a great many shapes. It was everyone talking together and smiling. Everyone. There was Dad, and Kyrie-san, Uncle Krauss, Aunt Natsuhi, Aunt Rosa, and of course even Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi. George, Aniki, Jessica, Maria? Wait, even Shannon-chan, Kanon-kun, Goda-san, and Kumasawa-san are here too. Everyone. Everyone was at the party, clapping their hands and celebrating our return. Omedetou. What is happening? Why? Even though everyone was dead, why are they alive? In the Golden Land, the souls of all the dead can be revived. Welcome back, Beatrice. And welcome, Battler-kun. Welcome to the Golden Land.
I made it. It's the door of the Golden Land.
Yes, my lady, you have finally managed to invite everyone here. Welcome, Battler-sama, to the Golden Land.
Wow. Yeah, Kinzo jump scare.
I actually jumped.
Did you really?
God. Why did that freak me out so much? What
I don't
the?
know. We haven't seen him in a
Yeah,
long
it's just
time.
been so long. I don't know.
Yeah.
Battler, so you have finally made it this far.
Grandfather, where in the world am I?
My blood, which is incompatible with magic, runs most deeply in your veins. Therefore, you are the only one who could not reach the Golden Land, and Beatrice has been searching for you this whole time. She tried everything to bring you here.
What did you say?
Battler-sama, if you would take your seat. Tonight's dinner is my very best work. If you would, please relish it.
Wait. Okay, that's me.
You should be honored. Normally I would have eaten all of it, but I left you some out of gratitude.
The 7 steaks, Nachans?
In the Golden Land, all of those with minds are equal. Here, there is no distinction between us furniture, humans, and witches.
Battler-sama, we were waiting for you. Welcome to the Golden Land.
Shannon-chan? Shor-chan-iki?
I still feel like this might be a dream. We should have died. But I'm alive. And everyone is here. And happy. I can't believe it. That's right. This place must be a dream world. So it must be a dream that you're acting so friendly with a maid girl.
God damn it!
Whoa!
Could you give it a rest, Ava? For now, you gotta stay quiet and bless the 2 young'uns. The Golden Land is a city of bliss. We should never quarrel here.
Mammon's the man, right?
I don't know
That's
anymore,
my,
brother.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Here, any people are free to love each other. No one needs to hesitate over it.
Huh? Quit giving these people dialogue lines. Also me, okay.
Jessica-chan, Canon-kun, you look so wonderful. I'm jealous.
Yeah, you're a battler now. Hey,
True.
battler? I'm a little,
Battler-sama, welcome. And welcome home.
Jessica was probably embarrassed because she was holding hands with Canon-kun. How scandalous.
I know.
Canon-kun wanted to act humbly like a servant and bow, but since neither of them could let go of the other's hand, he couldn't do it so well, and the whole scene looked fairly comical. With a servant child? You can't! Oh, Jessica cannot do such a thing!
It's hardly a big deal, correct? Krauss! Dang! Of all people! Let her at least choose the person she likes.
She can't! She can't! Jessica!
Natsuhi and Eva could bond. Yeah, you can. You can't either, George!
As Aunt Natsuhi and Aunt Eva hugged each other, they cried tears of regret for their adorable children, even though they had always been at odds. It was a very bizarre scene.
It isn't really a problem, right? It doesn't matter who likes who.
That's right. It's proof that a parent's too attached to their child.
Battler, no matter what kind of woman you bring home, I'll give her a warm welcome, okay?
I would prefer if you didn't, Dad, but now
Yeah.
don't come anywhere near her. Don't you? Yeah. Don't you dare introduce her to this man, okay? He'll get his hands on her immediately. They'll run off together right away.
Battler! You finally came here! Gee!
See, you got Kinzo jump scared, I got Maria jump scared.
Maria! From the very beginning. You knew we'd be coming here? She's been saying it the whole time, man!
Ah, that's why I wasn't scared at all. Everyone was being a coward and trembling. It was funny.
What the hell? Even though I thought you were the most screwed up, you actually knew the truth from the beginning.
Oh, okay.
You're here too?
Yeah.
How rude! I simply cannot forgive you for speaking of Lady Maria in that way.
Yeah.
Formulating firing curve, attack preparations
Whoa.
ready.
Whoa!
Lady Maria, we can attack at any time. Ouch!
Be quiet.
Whoa.
You are in the presence of Beatrice-sama.
Come now, no need to be so stiff. Let's be considerate of their desire to joke around and have fun. More importantly, why don't we begin preparing for the toast?
Dang.
Yes, preparations for my excellent mackerel cooking are complete.
Now I'm confused because. So was Virgilia just like inhabiting Kumasawa? Is that what was happening? Okay. Also, this visual novel has beaten and abused me because my brain is just telling me this is way too good to be true right now.
Yeah,
In all measures, so I'm waiting for it to go wrong.
you have reverse Stockholm syndrome.
Yes.
I can serve it at any time.
That's me, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I'm Satan and I remember I'm Satan and Lucifer because two names for one thing is what I think of. So,
And you're also Levi.
and I'm also Leviathan. That one has my name in it.
Hey, you people! Work a little more like furniture. No! I'm gonna stuff myself some more. Ugh!
Belphegor was the cowgirl, that's right.
Yes.
Come on, let's work. Don't keep the guests waiting. Let's work studiously and attend to them. Don't let the guests do anything. Make them lazy. Make them slothful. Fatten them like pigs.
Okay, you're getting a little too into it, Belphegor. You're getting...
Yeah.
Okay, so she is separate. She is separate. But in what way? But in... There's too many thoughts. Too many...
Beatrice. Battler-kun. This way.
Grandfather and Virgilia were standing on the landing at the top of the staircase, beckoning to us. Beato and I turned our heads to see what was going on, then climbed the stairs together. From the hall, it looked like a very high stage. A small table had been set up there, as well as a piece of parchment from an old-fashioned quill pen. I saw that strange magical characters in Japanese were written side by side, and below it many names were written. There were 17 of them. Grandfather was the first, and everyone's names had been signed all over it. The people who arrived at the Golden Land probably signed this one after another.
Battler. Now that you are here, everyone is gathered. Listen carefully.
The Golden Land is not a world supported by the power of magic alone. The cooperation and approval of all humans who receive happiness here is required. For that sake, we must gather the signatures of everyone here.
Last time, the door to the Golden Land was finally opened, but you refused to sign. Although you probably don't remember it. Because you refused to sign, this world was once again sealed in darkness.
Just hearing it like that, it kind of sounds like I'm the only stubborn one, and that I've been a bother to everyone in various ways.
That's because your stubbornness is the real deal. It seems you receive more than just blood from Kinzo.
Beato laughed amiably. I should have felt like she was making fun of me, but without thinking, I went along with her, laughing and smiling.
Magic is a miracle. Miracles cannot be made complete unless everyone believes. When you believed in the end, this miracle, the Golden Land, was completed.
It looks like I've been a real pain. So, what should I do? Sign. Yeah.
First, sign here. Then, Beatrice, you sign here.
Quill pens are pretty hard to use, huh? Whoa, it shot.
You klutz! Shooting ink is a bad omen. Can't you at least write your name quickly? Your pen's wriggling all over the place like a worm.
You should talk. Don't write it in katakana. Beatrice is a stylish name, so write it in cursive. You're making the quill in your name cry.
Shut up! In school, didn't they tell you not to use cursive on tests?
I don't know if they did.
Hey, this is a solemn ceremony. Be silent.
Very well. We have gathered the 2 signatures, as well as the form for the covenant. Both of you, your oath, please. We'll start with Beatrice. Put your hand on the covenant and take the oath. As a good witch, Beatrice swears to continue her studies from this point forth to bring happiness to the people. Say it.
Indeed. It's a little embarrassing. As a good witch.
It's doing it again. Okay.
Oh, she was embarrassed.
Yeah.
Beatrice swears to continue her studies from this point forth to bring happiness to the people. What does that do?
Acceptable. The battler is next.
In the same way, Battler-kun, put your hand on the covenant and take the oath. As a member of the Golden Land, Ushiromiya Battler swears to serve for the sake of his own happiness and that of his neighbor. As a member of the Golden Land, Ushiromiya Battler swears to serve for the sake of his own happiness and that of his neighbor. I'm embarrassed too.
Listen, everyone. Here and now, we have gathered the oaths of all 18 humans who accept the Golden Land.
When Kinzo proclaimed that, everyone applauded at once, praising us. Since I had been the only stubborn one and had just been a pain, I felt a little bad about being the most celebrated one.
And with that, in accordance with the ancient rites, we ask Battler-kun, the last to make the oath, to sign the invitation to the Golden Land. This is something that invites the Golden Witch Beatrice to the Golden Land. The Golden Land welcomes the Golden Witch through a consensus of those who have acknowledged it and becomes complete.
Battler, I will read it aloud. Listen carefully. The 18 of us accept Beatrice as the Golden Witch and welcome her to the Golden Land.
What's going on with you? You won't be invited unless I send an invitation?
But that does seem to be the ceremony. It feels stiff even to me. Why don't we end it quickly? I've been so hungry for a while now.
Come to think of it, I've only been pecking at canned food and haven't eaten anything good. Let's quickly finish this signing. What's this? I acknowledge you as a witch. Huh? That's pretty simple. Damn you, grandfather, exaggerating it so much.
Come on, quickly.
Oh, sorry, that's me.
Sign it, right here.
Huh?
Quickly. Sign.
With a slightly weird and uncomfortable smile, the 2 of them started demanding that I sign. I've seen you before. Once in a dream. At that time, an incredible sound like that of a glass window breaking reverberated through the hall, and the bustling tumult faded back into complete silence. I dropped the quill pen and turned around, trying to see what had happened. Pretty lady?
Mm-hmm.
Which of us is this?
I'll say when she speaks. No, I'm kidding. It's gonna be you.
Okay.
Yeah.
When I did, where had she come from? That's a new one-winged eagle. Doesn't quite look the same. A human, who clearly hadn't been there a short while ago, was the very center of the hall, looking up at us. Who's that? A girl? She's probably about the same age as Jessica and me. But I didn't know that face. None of the other people here knew that face either.
Who are you? Who is this? Where did you come from? Those without invitations are not needed at my party. Servants, kick her out!
As you command. Surround her.
The 7 Sisters of Purgatory surrounded her from 7 directions, taking out magical blades that drew purple curves and blocking her. And from out of nowhere, shuffling goat-headed servants appeared in great numbers surrounding that girl. On top of that, the Shyster sisters stood in front of Beato like a wall, readying a golden bow and pulling back the bowstring. But the girl didn't move at all. On the contrary, she was still staring at us on the landing, as though she didn't mind at all. Who is she looking at? Beato? Grandfather? Could it be me?
You'll probably gather from her disposition now, but she is like super emotionless.
Mm-hmm.
Just so you, yeah.
Yes. The girl was staring straight into my eyes, glaring. Then, after our eyes met perfectly, she yelled, "You mustn't sign that! Are you going to accept your own defeat? Don't be tricked by the witch!" Huh? By the witch? Huh? At that time, something incredibly strong lifted me by the nape of my neck. What's going on? And after being made to turn around behind me, I saw Virgilia with an eerie smile on her face and the muscular forms of goat monsters. A goat monster that looked about 2 meters tall was grabbing me with an arm thick as a log.
There is no need to listen to an uninvited guest. Come, offer your signature as well. On this written oath, Ushiromiya Battler acknowledges the existence of witches. Come now, sign the written oath.
Ow, 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 ow. Damn it, let go! As the goat monsters held me down with the power of a vice, they forced me to grab the quill pen. I couldn't even touch the floor with my feet, much less resist.
Battler, why are you resisting? Weren't you just about to sign willingly? Don't change your mind now after all that, okay? Didn't you think for an instant that it might be okay to acknowledge witches? You thought that, right?
I was... tricked? That's insane. Beato isn't that kind of...
Sorry, Battler. I am that kind of person. Oh, it's useless now. It looks like sentimental sob stories don't suit me. Teacher, I'm counting on you to use all your strength. That was such a plain role to play, and I got so bored. I don't know who you are, girl, but I'll beat you to death, mash you and crush you until threads start trailing, okay? I'll make you regret being born a woman. Yeah!
As Beato waved her gold pipe, the massive chandelier hanging in the hall was electrocuted, and from that a terrible purple thunderbolt fell. It should have been a direct hit on the girl right below it, turning her to ash. However, not a single hair was singed.
Oh, so your sudden appearance here wasn't just a fluke. Tell me, state your name.
I don't have any name to give you. More importantly, you idiot. How long are you going to be tricked, you softy? Figure it out already. This is all the witch's trap.
Those words were aimed at me. This is all the witch's trap, she says. That can't be. Beato reformed and swore to become a good witch. Beato! All this about traps. It's a lie. Right? Please, tell me it's a lie.
Sorry, Battler. It was pretty fun. Sure, I just did what teacher told me, but look how great it turned out. Apparently, if you start out hostile and needlessly brutal, then turn incompetent and soft at just the right moment, you can spark a huge bump on your affection meter, right? I've heard villains who start all lovey-dovey and then freak the shit out are all the rage these days, right? Even I've studied a bunch of those manga, anime, and galgame that they've been so popular lately, you see? And for you, just as expected, it was tears, please, and you're down. Idiot. What a truly simple person. I'll call this the North Wind and the Sun strategy.
That's not... Damn you. You bastard. How could you trick me?
Yes, that expression suits you the most. That caring expression of yours really doesn't suit me after all. It made my back itch, and I was frantically trying not to let it get to me. Too bad. Witches never reform. You take care of the signature, teacher. This uninvited guest is my prey.
Come, you can no longer refuse to sign. Come on, look. Sign it and offer your body, your mind, and your soul.
When Regilia lifted her chin as a signal, the goat monsters, with an even more vice-like power, forced my arm to approach the parchment. Ow, 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 these guys are trying to make me sign even if it breaks my arm. Then, a bright red light burst open with me at the center, knocking the witches and the goat monsters away. Did that girl save me? But who in the world is that? I don't have a clue!
How long do you plan to keep playing in a place like this? Give it a rest. I'm jealous of you.
I'm glad you saved me, but that's a pretty cruel way to say it. Sorry, but who are you?
Witch of Rokenjima. Give him back.
Who would do that, you fool? Battler's my toy. My most favorite toy in the world. I won't get tired of him, I won't throw him away, and I won't hand him over to anyone. Even Battler is enjoying this to the fullest. Together with me, he is having so much fun playing. No matter who you are, I won't let you get in the way.
Yeah, it looks like you're having a lot of fun. It makes me so jealous it ticks me off. Here you are, in a place like this, guffawing and having a loud, noisy time with everyone. With all these beautiful witches around to pamper you, you must be having so much fun that you don't even want to go back.
Are you talking to me? Wait, you've got the wrong idea. This is a pain for me too. What do you mean fun? You don't know what I've been through.
What you've been through? You had fun living with Mom and Dad. You played around with all of the cousins, and you get to play with these wacky witches for all eternity. Is this his sister? Don't you recognize the happiness you have? Can't you see how jealous I am of you all? So much that I wish I could join in too.
I'm sorry, but I'll have to turn you down there. I'm satisfied with the toy I have. A rude toy like you is not fitting for my toy box.
I was thinking her hair color was pretty similar to his.
But she's 6 years old, remember?
Oh, there's fucking time shenanigans going on in this. Anything can happen.
Yes, I understand. Who would ever play with someone like you? But I will thank you just a little for letting me meet everyone like this.
Who are you?
You couldn't be.
I see, is that it? Yes, I understand. I know who you are. I see. So you are the piece Lady Bancastel threw in.
Mercastel, my beloved!
How amusing. Why don't I formally invite you to my party? I'll welcome you fully. Along with Battler, I'll play nicely. Break you, kill you, crush you, turn you to ash, mix you with bread dough and bake you until you're fluffy.
It's you. Oh, this is the fact that I turned out to be both of them, huh?
Yeah. This is also a different version, Dread of the Grave rhythm version.
It's useless. It's all useless. You can't do that. On the Rokenjima of 1986, I'll expose everything that happened to the light of day. I'll show you that before the truth you're like an icicle scared of the coming spring. Prepare yourself, Golden Witch, Beatrice!
Holy moly!
Yeah, that was 2 chapters, by the way. That was
Shoo! Wow.
Oh, but it's done. We'll save the tea party stuff for another day.
Well, I will say, I did not expect it to have been a ploy the whole time, but I shouldn't have let my guard down.
I think if they didn't make it, there's the name, by the way.
Yeah, I knew it was going to be Anje. They were talking about her more this episode too.
Yep.
And so that's probably why it clued me into it, because she came in and I was like, she's wearing a one-winged eagle, which usually means that she's either a servant of the family or in the family. And then I was like, her hair color is really similar to Battler's, and like no one else in the family has hair similar to Battler's. And then I was like, no freaking way.
Do you see that there?
Returned alive.
Eva returned alive. That's our first one of those.
So all that at the end, then, I'm assuming, was just an illusion of some kind. And the family wasn't really there and all happy and everything, but who knows? Maybe they were.
But,
Oh!
I think if they had made less of a big show of the ceremony at the end, it would have been less obvious.
Mm-hmm.
But I also think, I don't think anyone expects that it's a trick until you get to there.
I don't think anyone's going to expect the whole thing the whole time from the very beginning was a trick.
Yeah, exactly.
The whole episode, which took us like, what? 10 hours to get through?
It took way more than that.
Way more than that? Did it maybe take 20?
This is our 9th episode, and each episode is 2 or 3 hours long of streaming. This one's 4. 9th stream of episode 3, I should say.
Wow.
So about 25 or more hours.
And see, me being like, dang, Beatrice, who was so powerful and could do all these things, and Beatrice is just showing her up. That's kind of crazy, huh? Because it was just Beatrice the whole time doing it, and not Beatrice. That's why. It was like, it was a whole trick. So it all makes sense now, because, I had thought since the beginning Beatrice was just busted, and there were physically in a fight. There's like no way to beat her, because she can just pull, as I've been referring to it, some horse piss, and then just win. So I was like, dang. Beatrice is somehow better? No.
Banquet of the Golden Witch. Result.
And so the Golden Lamb once again crumbled into the darkness. However, a victor finally appeared in the game of the Golden Witch. The new victor is Eva Beatrice, the new Golden Witch. She was the one who solved the riddle of the gold before time was up. All of the 17 all died. When the seagulls cried, there was but one survivor.
Mm-hmm.
Shoo! Alright, well. But even so, even with it all being a trick, I think Battler grew a lot this episode. And,
I hope.
And learned a lot. So, he at least seemed a lot more capable in the back and forth.
He's doing really good in the logic, for sure.
Yeah.
He just needs to quit thinking Beatrice is...
Well, now he finally has an ally, though.
True.
Who can speak to... Because apparently even Virgilia was a lie the whole time. So now he seems to have a real ally that can help him, which is his little sister, Anje. Mm-hmm. Who also does not appear to be his little sister anymore.
He's only 3.
Let's hope he doesn't sexually harass her like he did Jessica. Anyways, I got an achievement for that called Tsubasa. No change.
Okay.
Although I guess I haven't started episode 4 yet, so this could still change, but who knows?
My goodness. I do gotta say, we got to see, not only did we get to see the,
I just removed the lock.
Just doing his thing,
yeah.
We got to see one of my...
Did it send me in? Okay, no. Oh, it changed!
Oh, that's cool.
There we go.
One of my favorite things of all time towards the end there. You could probably guess what it's called, but most commonly in the fan base, that final thing with Beatrice is referred to as Beatrice or Ava's red web, red truth web. Or red web of truth, something like that.
Which also means that the whole red denying witches thing didn't happen, probably, and so Battler now can't rely on that as an argument, unfortunately.
Actually, there are nuggets of truth that were sprinkled in throughout this.
Okay.
In fact, it is...
Perhaps Beatrice had to put herself in a tight place in order to get Battler to be won over to her side. Okay, okay, so there was real danger for her as well. She was willing to take the risk. Okay.
I can't fully tell you about it, but it is believed
Wait!
that what
It was a fool's gambit. She was playing with the intent to lose. To get Battler to her side. They explained it to us at the very end.
yeah.
Oh!
It's been in your face the whole time.
Oh!
Do you even recall way back right after basically Vergilia was introduced that Vergilia recommended Beatrice use the North Wind and Sun strategy?
Yes, but like you think in that situation it's her giving her advice. But then, okay, if it was actually a gamble, then maybe Vergilia is partly independent and was giving her that as genuine advice. But so did it start when she like was like, oh dang, I can't get an upper hand against him, and then Vergilia recommended that, and then we thought she was becoming a better person, but it was just her pretending she was becoming a better person in order to get the one up and win. Or was that the gambit from the entire beginning before Vergilia was even there? Oh.
Yep. This is not a fair game. This is...
It's just like Ava just said, it's stacked in favor of the witches the whole time.
All Battler has to do is acknowledge witches. It
Rudolph's,
doesn't matter how.
Rudolph's pesky children, man.
True.
Can't get through them. But okay, I'm hyped now. Because, you know, Battler has made some mistakes up to this point, but he's pretty resolute. He's pretty robust. He's got resolve. He just can't slip up once. That's the problem. He can't slip up once at all. So now, this is getting out of hand. Now there are two of them. So, like, I'm excited. I want to see how is it Anj or Anje? I would assume they pronounce...
It's not Japanese, so it's not a hard G, but because it's Japanese pronunciation, they put the e at the end.
Anje.
They say anje.
Anje.
Yeah, because they can't.
That's what I
end
thought. That's what I thought.
Consonant.
But yeah, I'm excited to see how she acts now, because it seems like she's got a little bit of Battler in there, but almost as if she's even more resolute than he is. She's Battler without the empathy, it seems like. Just from a glance at the very beginning there. She's Battler without empathy. And she seems experienced in some way. So
we have a lot to learn about.
Yeah,
her.
we'll
She
find
did
out.
full face tank a whole magic bolt from Beatrice.
True. Unscathed. Not touched.
But yes, so episode 3 was the super action packed fun episode for the most part.
Is next one gonna be the super dialogue logic
Not
intrigue
really.
or
The way I see episode 4 is prepare to cry edition. It's really sad. It's IMO. Very
Okay.
fun. There's some good parts in there that are fun and funny, especially with Krauss. but there's also
next
parts
episode
that
is the
are
Krauss
really
episode, isn't it?
tragic. Maybe.
Oh.
We still have tea parties to get through, though. We'll have to do
True.
that next time. Let's
We have
not
tea
forget
party
that,
and
'cause
question
that would be
mark.
really bad. Yeah.
Yep. All right.
Okay.
Well, a good long stream, everyone. Thanks for joining
I hope
us.
you enjoy it.
And yeah, we'll see you next time, next week, with more